Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Northern Area Planning Committee on the 18th of March 2025, which is one of three area-based planning committees for the Council. For the benefit of the public attending today, or watching on the live stream, I am Councillor Richard Crabb of Sherborne Westwood, Chair of this committee. My Vice Chair is Councillor David Taylor of Charleston. The meeting is being live streamed and will be available to view on the Council website after the meeting. By attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed, and we remind everyone that when you are speaking, please speak directly into the microphone so that you can be clearly heard and seen. Please kindly remind members about discussing applications with one another during any adjournments. The planning committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public is invited. All attendees must comply with the ruling of the chairs. They must not interrupt the meeting or cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. And those using Teams, please ensure microphones are on mute and your device volume set to 0 to maintain audio quality. Only those who have registered to speak in accordance with the speaking protocol will be invited to address the meeting for a maximum of 3 minutes. No material is to be circulated to members of the committee. We have 8 planning applications to determine today. The first is for 6 houses in Pinburn. The second is for a driveway access at Allington Road, Dorchester. The third and fourth are for the old brewery in Dorchester, where we are considering conversion of a grade 2 listed building, 43 flats, and a new building with 33 flats. The fifth application is for 20 houses at 6 million annually. The sixth is for a reserved matters application for 113 dwellings at Stallbridge. The seventh is for conversion to an old shop, and the eighth is for a new dwelling in Sherborne. So everyone, it's going to be quite a long meeting today. For each application, the case officer will be invited to present her report and recommendations. Next, I will invite members of the public who have registered to speak to address the committee in the following order: public against, public support, applicant or agent, Town Parish Council, or members. Each speaker has 3 minutes. And when asked to speak, please come to the small table in front when I call your names. Sit down in the chair so that you're close to the microphone. Turn on the microphone by pressing the right side button and press again to turn off the coach. Please speak clearly. I will give you a heads up when you have 30 seconds left of your 30 minutes. Following public speaking, the planning officers will have the opportunity to address any salient points they wish to clarify, and committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to debate. When we go into councillor questions and debate for the benefit of the public watching, can members state their name and ward when addressing the meeting, always directing comments via the chairman. At the end of the debate, I will take the vote by a show of hands. The voting detail will be recorded in the minutes if 3 or more members make the necessary requests. Okay, so now I will start the agenda. Number 1. Yes, Janet.
Sorry, Chair, I should have mentioned before, I need to sit this one out because the site agent is a relative of mine.
Sorry?
I need to sit this agenda item out because the site agent is a relative of mine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Citing to them. What? So you should have done.
Okay, apologies. We have received an apology from Councillor James Tully. Two on the agenda, declarations of pecuniary interests or a conflict of interest, bias or predetermination. Should anything come up at the meeting you think you should declare, then please let me know straight away. Councillor Jack Jeans has left the meeting for the next planning application on the agenda. The minutes of the last meeting. Please can everyone members show by show of hands approval of the last minutes of the last meeting. Okay, thank you. That's for Tuesday, 4th of February 2025. I'll sign that after the meeting. Number 4, public participation. Members of the public wishing to speak to the committee on a planning application should notify the Democratic Services Officer no later than 2 clear days before the meeting. The deadline for this meeting was on Friday, 14th of March at 8:30 a.m. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak now before the applications are heard or when your application comes up? Okay, so that's what I mean. Okay, the planning applications. So we have 8 planning applications I mentioned earlier. It's very rough guide. I think the first 2 will take roughly 25 minutes each to decide. The 3rd and 4th, which both relate to the unruly Gloucester, I estimate it take roughly 19 minutes to decide. I think therefore we should take a lunch break after the unruly application. I think we should have 45 minutes. I think people need that time. The remaining 4 applications I'm estimating will take around 2 hours to decide. I'll ask members and officers whether they would like to take a break if it looks like we're going to exceed 3 hours again after lunch. We may therefore have 2 breaks. Our Democratic officers today are John Miles and Megan Rochester, and being supported by Anne Smith for planning and Philip Gray for legal, and Steve Savage is providing support for highways. Okay, let's start to get into the applications. Okay, so the first application is number FUL/2021/05709. This is the Longhouse land at Salisbury Road, Pimco. It's a full application to erect 6 dwellings. It's going to be introduced by Jenny Roberts. So if you'd like to go ahead, Jenny. Thank you.
Yes, this is the site here. It's notified as required and it's to form the gardens of these dwellings here. This is the aerial bit. See to the south, there are a number of industrial buildings, as residential to the north and to the west, and lots of farmland to the east. See that the site is located within the defined settlement boundary as set out in the local plan, and it's also within the settlement boundary of the neighbourhood plan. Site can't be seen of any of the public footpaths, which should be notified by here. It's a road used to building to the north, but the site can't be viewed from there. And then there's a grade 2 listed milestone here, and again, it doesn't affect the setting of that. The whole site is within the Cranwell Chase National Landscape. So this is the layout of the proposed development. So terrace of three properties here, two-storey properties, terrace and detached two-storey properties, and a detached 1.5-storey dwelling here. Originally, the application proposed two terraces of three here in addition to this detached one, and they were each going to be 3 stories high, with roofs on the roof, including roof lights and dormers. But because of the location, that's considered inappropriate, and also we have to consider dark night skies, the traditional landscape, and it would be inappropriate to have roof lights and dormer windows in this location. And these are the elevations of the front dwellings, so they're going to be brick walls with significant detailing and plain clay tile roofs. Site elevations. The terraced properties will have 2 bedrooms each, and the semi-detached properties will each have 3 bedrooms. And this is the detached dwelling, which will also have 3 bedrooms. These are the sections of the sites. This is the existing site section, and so you can see the dwellings to which the back garden is being developed, and these are the dwellings to the north, the existing dwellings to the north. And when you look at coastal sections, you can see the existing dwellings to the north, and the coast dwellings are no taller than those existing dwellings. This is the proposed landscape plan, so we have to have quite a bit of hedge removal from frontage here, but this will be transplanted to strengthen the hedgerows here. The parking spaces will have grass trees or similar to maintain a degree of greenness. There will also be parking spaces provided for these 2 properties to the west, and along as itself will continue housing parking. Here we can see an area where the bins and recycling can be brought on bin day before being taken back to the gardens. Each has an external access to those rear gardens. So photographs is slightly different aerial photograph. You can see the context, you can see the industrial buildings exactly. So this is viewing from the A354, and the pair of semi-detached and terrace properties will be accessed here. The industrial buildings here, longhouse, protecting lines. This is looking back on that place. So you've got the industrial buildings on the left here. This is the rear boundary of those dwellings. The agricultural land is down here. Again, looking back, rear sides, and we've got those industrial buildings on the left. This is looking towards the longhouse. Yeah. And this is carried on the other side, where you've got the entrance to the detached property. This is from within the site, so it's the longhouse. Hanging around, we've got the industrial buildings just this here. Just hanging around on the sides. This is the long development to the north of the site, and the lodge is only any higher than this right here. This is actually on the part of the longhouse. So in terms of land considerations, the principle of development is considered acceptable. The site is within the settlement boundary, where the local plan where the principle is considered acceptable from the dwellings. Policy NHN of the Kimber neighbourhood plan states a preference for housing development to be to the west of the A354. saying it should be located to the west and not to the east. However, officers consider that this does not give rise to presumption against residential development to the east of the A354. Indeed, the site is within the settlement boundary as set out in the neighbourhood plan. It is just considered as a preference rather than something that has to be in place. In terms of the scale of design and impact on pollution, the design for dwellings are considered to be well thought out, and the materials are in keeping with neighbouring materials. It's situated within the rear gardens, previous rear gardens of those dwellings along house and its neighbours. It's quite compact and wouldn't be very visible from the national landscape visual. It's very much contained, so it's not considered to have any impact on the visual unity of the national landscape. In terms of the living conditions of occupants of the dwellings, each has its own private rear garden with external access, and the sizes of the dwellings are considered adequate and above the national size requirements. In terms of actual neighbour properties, the dwellings would not overlook the neighbours, nor would they be overbearing on them or also shadowing to them. So it's considered that the impact on residential community is acceptable. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the site has been looked at by the local flood authority, and it has been accepted that the site has little in the way of flood risk, and drainage, that sort of drainage can be managed adequately, and that would be a condition of permission gets granted to ensure that a suitable scheme is put forward. In terms of highway impacts, the Highway Authority raises no objection to the scheme, and it's considered that it's acceptable in terms of highway safety, access and parking provision. The policy NHM of the neighbourhood plan requires 40% affordable housing on sites with 5 or more dwellings, and as such, two of the terraced properties will be affordable. They will be first homes, and then a small contribution to complete the 40% will also be made. That will be secured by Section 106 agreement. In terms of site biodiversity, they have the applicants have submitted a biodiversity plan which has been approved by the environment team, and that would be made a condition of any application. So it's considered that it's acceptable in terms of site biodiversity. So to conclude, the site is within the defined settlement boundary, and the proposal is appropriately designed and laid out scheme. Proposed with accord with the development plan taken as a whole, and there are no material considerations to indicate that the decision should be taken otherwise than in accordance with the development plan. Therefore, the recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to the conditions listed in the report, and the Section 106 agreement is secured with the council.
Thank you, Jenny. Please can I ask Ben Eastland to speak on behalf of the applicant. You have 3 minutes, so I'll give you a heads up. That's 2.5 minutes.
Chairs, member of the committee, thank you. My name is Ben Eastland of RNS Consultants, and I'm the agent for this application. I do not intend to repeat the case officer's description of the development or the contents of the officer's report, but would like to make the following points. The site lies within the settlement boundary as defined by local planning policies, these being Policy 2 of the North Dorset Local Plan and Policy SB of the Neighbourhood Pinburn Plan. The proposals are therefore supported in principle subject to accordance with the other relevant local policies. Whilst the council has a fixed housing land supply of 5.02 years until the 31st of October 2025, the recent changes to the NPPF, including the updated standard method for calculating local housing need, mean that by November 2025, it is likely the council will no longer have a sufficient supply of deliverable housing sites. The annual local housing need has increased from nearly 1,800 homes to 3,200, meaning 16,095 homes will need to be delivered across a 5-year period. The latest information on the supply of housing shows there is currently a 5-year deliverable supply of 9,000 homes, which means there will be significant shortfall even before the 5% NPF buffer is factored in. In this context, it is imperative that the council identifies suitable, sustainable located sites for development. Developments that are core of the development plan should be supported now to ensure that by the time the housing land supply protections are removed, the council has helped deliver enough suitable sites to ensure that more sensitive areas are protected. During the course of this application, we've worked with statutory consultees to overcome initial technical concerns. I'm pleased to confirm that the lead local flood authority, the tree officer, environmental health, and the highway authority all offer no objection to the proposed scheme. The case officer, as set out in the detailed report, does not concur with the objections of the parish council and the national landscape team. It concludes that the scheme would have an acceptable impact on both the character and appearance of the surrounding area and the national landscape. Weighing the effects of the proposed scheme, I would note housing development on this site is supported by both the local plan and the neighbourhood plan. This is a significant national and local needs for new homes, and the development would help to ensure the council continues to have a 5-year housing land supply. The site is suitable and sustainably located within Pimperne, and the case officer and the majority of technical consultees consider the effects of the scheme would be acceptable in accordance with the development plan. I therefore ask that planning permission is granted. Thank you for your time, and should you have any questions, please do ask.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now to members and questions. I think first, if we please answer the board member, Councillor Sherry Jesperson, whether she would like to make a comment.
I have no questions at this point. I'll make a comment at the beginning of the debate, if I may.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Fry?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Les Fry, Dorchester West. Jenny, can you tell us about the gardens at the back and access to there, please? I was a little bit unclear on that. And can the residents get their bins to the back garden without going through other people's gardens?
Yes, thank you very much. Just bring the so yeah, each of these books. So each has its own private career access. So this spelling access it here. That's the bin area, and I store their bins on bin day. And likewise here. These three dwellings come up here, access here, and then this access is here, so it's saying private way garden. So bins would be taken externally rather than through the houses.
Thank you. And what about a planting regime? Have we got details of that?
Yes, this is the landscape plan. There is also a condition on the planning permission. But yeah, these hedges will be reinforced. So the hedgerow along the front will be transplanted to help strengthen this. The tree landscape officer has worked with us to ensure that suitable trees, etc., will be planted. And she's happy with all these. There's going to be hedgerow planting in between each of these properties. And yeah, so yeah, the tree landscape officers worked with us to make sure that a suitable scheme has been provided.
And what renewables have been used?
There are solar panels on front. Whoops. Oh, sorry. So yeah, these are solar panels for these dwellings. There aren't any in this one because it has the doorless.
This is
yeah. So it's the front face.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chairman. Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Jenny, just a quick confirmation, really. The 2x2 bed dwellings are first homes, 70% market value. Is that in perpetuity?
Yes, it will be. Yes,
that was secured through.
It was through section 1 agreement to make sure that they were first home.
another question.
Yes, go ahead.
Regarding the grass street, unusual choice, but I can understand it's to allow a bit of green on that. Can I ask who's going to maintain the path for the access round the back, particularly for those 3 middle homes and all the landscaping? Do we know? Would that be the occupiers?
Likely to be private arrangements, between the
Mhm.
the occupants.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so if we move on to debate, so I'll ask Councillor Chairperson to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Hill Forts and Upper Tarrants Ward, and this application is in my ward. Yet again, I find myself at this committee trying to defend the Pimper neighbourhood plan. I struggling. I really can't support this application, just simply on the grounds that I do not believe that the principle of development is acceptable. That it is contrary to two parts of the Pimper neighbourhood plan, an up-to-date neighbourhood plan that was remade in 2022, I think. The meeting housing needs policies of the neighbourhood plan. The provision is made to achieve 61 additional homes between 26 and 2020. That has more than been met, not least by the, it's been met already, but not least by the 150 new homes that this committee agreed for Pimpern last April, just April. And the second part of the housing policy in the neighbourhood plan, homes should be located to the west side of the A354 main road or land within or adjacent to the settlement boundary. Now, and there's a map. Now, officers choose to interpret that as meaning that this is not intended to be a presumption against it. They say the word should merely means that would be the preferred option of the community. That is just not the case, and the parish council have made this abundantly clear. The parish council that wrote the neighbourhood plan and then revisited again, so it is perfectly clear to everyone except that our officers that we're dancing on the head of a pin here over whether by the use of the word should they meant must, and they use the word should, and it's quite clear that they mean must. And the reasons I'm very clear about this is that the reasons that were given for why they have said that there should not be development in that part of the village is to avoid a fragmented community. They want they were very clear in their neighbourhood plan that they want the development to be in that part of the village that is within the part of the village that's accessible to the community, and this part of the village is separated from the community by the big main road. Now, you may or may not think that that's an adequate reason for refusing this application, but but it seems to me very clear that this application, the principle here, is not in conformity with the policy in the neighbourhood plan. It's just not. And you may choose to ignore that, but I want you to know if you vote in favour of this policy, of this plan, you are doing it absolutely contrary to the Pimper neighbourhood plan, the same neighbourhood plan that we rode roughshod over when we put 150 homes in Pimper. Now, I'm not going to spend hours and hours trying to persuade the committee. I merely put that here on the table, that in my view and in the view of the community of Pimpern, this is contrary to their neighbourhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I would like to express a view on this.
Thank you, Chair.
It is correct that the spatial policy in the neighbourhood plan has preference to the other side of the village. However, I want to draw committee attention to paragraph 98 of the Pimper neighbourhood plan, which says, as a large village with the settlement boundary, housing will come forward within a defined settlement boundary as infill sites. It then has a list of sites that could be acceptable for housing, and the last one on the list is house, yard, farm, cottage, where outline consent have been granted previously for 5 dwellings. So I think, although there's definitely a preference within the neighbourhood plan, there's a clear distinction between land that might come forward outside of the settlement boundary and land that's within the settlement boundary. And I think we have to also be mindful of the fact that neighbourhood plans can't be contrary to our local plan, and the site is within the settlement boundary in both plans. So I think that's an important consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Councillor David Taylor, Chancellor Mary and Vice Chair of this panel. I'm kind of delving deep blue sea here, actually, because I don't quite know where we're leaning towards. Are we leaning to the local plan, the neighbourhood plan? Well, where are we? Because that is the contravening one to accept the other. So my question is, where exactly are we on this?
Thank you, Chair. Officer advises that it's not contrary to either of the plans, but it's actually in accordance with the development plan because it's within the settlement boundary. I think landscape-wise, there's clearly a preference within Pimpen to not have development in the more visually sensitive location. And development outside the settlement boundary, if it had to come forward to meet the needs, should be located on the other side of the village because it's less sensitive in terms of landscape impacts, and that's the basis of that policy. But the neighbourhood plan doesn't say that development in the settlement boundary, even on this side of the road, would be contrary to the development plan. And as I mentioned, there's a paragraph in the neighbourhood plan, says locations for new housing development, and it cites this location here. It's paragraph 98. So I think there's an acceptance that although it contravenes where preference to development is, there's a clear policy steer that, as Jenny set out, development within the settlement boundary is acceptable in principle. It's a defined settlement boundary. So a refusal on that point would be difficult to defend in policy terms.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. I can see why it is in the neighbourhood plan, in the Pimper neighbourhood plan, because if you look at it, there are no footways on that side of the road. There are no footways coming down Yard Lane, Goat Farm Lane, and on the main A350, there are no footways alongside there. So I can actually see why it's not included in the neighbourhood plan. I think that's why Pimper did not include it in their neighbourhood plan, because there's no pedestrian footways around on that side of the road.
Am I right, Anna, in saying that actually it is included within the neighbourhood plan?
Yes, Chair, that is correct. That there is reference to this site within the neighbourhood plan. I think that the comments that have been raised about the spatial strategy in the neighbourhood plan are correct, that there is a preference. So the policy says, in terms of meeting the needs, that meeting housing needs. So it talks about at least 61 additional homes should be provided. So it's not a cap, it's at least. And it says this is policy MHM, meeting housing needs B. These homes should be located to the west side of the A354 main road on land within or adjacent to the settlement boundary of Pimpen Village. The conversion of existing rural buildings is also allowed under the local plan policy. That has to be read in conjunction with the fact that this site is within the settlement boundary. And also advises that paragraph does not override the fact that it's in a sustainable location within the defined settlement boundary. And also there's further reference to this site being acceptable, the paragraph that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
that's right. Thank you. I think in terms of the way that officers have interpreted the policy, I think that is the way to read it. I think there was, when the plan was modified, the neighbourhood plan was modified, there was representations requesting that this area of land be taken out of the settlement boundary of the village, and that wasn't upheld by the inspector. So that was part of the recent modification. So the settlement boundary stands as it is, and this site is within it.
Thank you, Hannah. And Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Carol Jones, Minster Newton. Let's look at this a little bit more closely. First of all, despite what's been said, there have been no objections from members of the public on this issue. And I think if it was very controversial, we would certainly be seeing a number of people coming forward to speak. Secondly, it's already had outline permission for 5 houses previously. According to Hannah, it's within the settlement boundary. I can see no reason for refusal. If this was refused and it went to appeal, we would lose it. And I am minded, I will propose that we accept the officer recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. So that's a proposal to go ahead with a recommendation to grant permission for the site. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Rideout, would you like to speak?
Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say I totally understand where Councillor Jesperson is coming from on this, but how I see it, it is quite a snug development. It is infill and it is within the settlement boundary, so I really think it would be hard to find a way to refuse and to defend the refusal. So unfortunately, I think I will second Councillor Jones' proposal.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Jones proposes that this recommendation is accepted to grant planning permission subject to conditions and Section 106 to secure affordable housing, seconded by Councillor Rideout. So if everyone's would like to vote, for those in favour, by show of hands. So 7 in favour, those against? 1 against. So 2 against.
No, I'm abstaining.
Oh, sorry.
Abstention.
Abstention. Okay. How many people are abstaining? Just 1. Okay, thank you. So that is therefore carried with a recommendation to grant planning permissions for P/FUL/2021/05709, the Longhouse land at Salisbury Road, Pimpern. Okay, thank you for that. So we'll now move on to the next application. This is application P/HOU. Sorry? Oh, Jack gets Jack in. Absolutely, yes. Yes. Yeah, just hold on a second for everyone. We just need to get Councillor Jeeves back in.
Can't believe this is going before us.
Okay, here I'll resume. So this is application number P/HOU/2024/06157, 42 Allington Avenue, Dorchester, DT1 2AB. It's to install a dropped curb and to form vehicle access. This will be introduced by Jenny Roberts. Please go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Slightly conversation. I was actually at the planning meeting in the Dorchester Town Council or something for a team, and I withdrew, so it's not been.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to retire from this? No,
No, I don't.
thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Right, this site is in Dorchester, and we have a listed railway which is here, the site just to the northwest of that listed railway bridge. The site involves a portion of wall along here, and the applicants would like to make a gap in here to have vehicle access. But this is quite small there. This is the section wall in question. So listed railway bridge here, and got this stone wall here, the pedestrian access here, and an industrial site here, and the applicants wish to put a vehicular access in here. Yeah. You put through the gap that we made in the wall here, but the wall would carry on around here. So there would actually be a wall continuing on here. And albeit wouldn't be in a straight line that it currently is in. The gate in the wall, and then it's this section here, where the wall would be turned up here, and the gate is in to make that vehicular access. Here's a visualization. So this is as existing, so you can see the wall straight in here. And this the existing wall, which would then have a gap made in it, but the wall would follow around here. And here. Showing the highway visibility, so the highway authority has taken consult on this, and subject got various amendments made to ensure that it meets highway requirements in terms of visibility. And the highway authority is satisfied that it now does meet those visibility requirements, so there's no consent safety. This is another picture showing that visibility that campaigned when extinguished property. There is turning here, so the car can enter and exit in a forward gear. And this is the existing wall. This is what this is visualised to look like once the works have taken place. Then existing here, this is what it would look like. And so again, you can navigate forwards through the entrance and it's turning up here. This is a view from the railway bridge that the site's down here. Since we can look at that direction, the bridge is still out. Paragraph 11 of the National Planning Policy Framework sets out that the to be granted for sustainable development unless specific policies in the end the location identified is sustainable and proposed is acceptable in its design. It's not considered to be any significant harm to the neighbouring residential community. The highway authority is satisfied with the proposal, and the relevant heritage asset should be listed bridge has been identified and is considered the proposed development would not have an adverse impact upon that. And there are no material considerations which warrant refusal of this application. Therefore, the recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to conditions.
Thank you, Jenny. There are no public participation or speakers for this application. Does anyone have any technical questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor David Taylor from Charles and Mary. There was a few technical questions which was looked at regarding the fact that the access and the leave and coming from the property after substantial development and recommendations by the highways, it was agreed the fact was that the entrance is deemed safe because the fact is that the turn circle in the grounds actually allows cars to go in and go out, so it's full visibility. I just want to take note of that because that was actually an improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it would be very difficult if vehicles had to reverse out of the drive.
Yeah, that's what's done.
Completely out of order. No more technical questions. Can I ask Councillor Major whether he'd like to make comments on this application?
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Taylor just said, highways are happy. It's pretty straightforward. It is a busy road, but there are lots of other access onto neighbouring properties, etc. So I don't have any problem with it, and I'm happy to propose to accept.
Okay, does anyone have any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
Second.
Oh, you want to propose, so we have a proposer. Yes, Councillor Major and Councillor David Taylor wants to second it. So we have a proposer and a seconder to go ahead with this recommendation and grant planning permission. So if we could show by show of hands and votes in favour. Of 10 in favour, I believe none against and no abstentions. So therefore, the recommendation has been approved and planning permission has been recommended for this application number E/8/2024/06057 42 Allington Avenue, Dorchester. Okay, thank you everyone for that. We're now ready to move on to the Moultings and Moulting News, Dorchester. There are two applications to discuss. One application is for full planning consent, and the other is for listed building consent. The presentation will cover both applications. The committee will consider and vote on each proposal separately. Change of use and conversion of the Moultings to provide 43 flats to conversion, and also the erection of a 4-storey building, the Moulting Mews, with 27 flats. Okay, quick question from Councillor Taylor.
Just a quick note, Chairman, I'm still on planning council for Dorchester Town Council. That was an plan application. I have not fallen setback. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, okay, it's fine. So, are you ready to go? No? Take the time.
Excellent. I think you've probably made aware of this correction, but just as a reminder, proposal description at the beginning of the report not being taken updated in line with changes to the proposed scheme through the course of the application. Note this error is a typo in the analysis and conclusions discussed in the report are based on the correct description. So this is the full planning application for conversion and extension of the Grade 2 listed Moultings building in Dorchester Brewery Square into 43 apartments and a new 4-storey building adjacent providing 27 apartments. This application considers appearance, landscaping and layout and scale. The site is located in the conservation area to the south of Dorchester Town Centre, within close proximity to Dorchester South Rail Station. It's the last remaining parcel of the wider Dorchester Brewery Square development, first received outline consent in 2006. So we've got some context. Here are some photos of the early phases of the development, showing a mixture of architectural styles. The listed brewery building has been restored and converted to new residential and commercial uses, and new build developments have been brought forward, helping to create a vibrant new focal point in the town. A mixture of features appear in the development and which reflect the industrial heritage of the site, including references to barrels and a mixture of brick and aged copper finishes. Here's some photos of more recent phases of the development, which only just recently been completed. These phases are further to the east of the site and are predominantly residential. Here again, you can see these finishes which reference the site's industrial past, with the use of brick and cladding representing age. Here's the location plan, showing the site sitting between the Kew and Hop House on Eldridge Street to the south, and the properties of Prince of Wales Road to the north. The west here is the converted Dorchester Brewery, and directly to the east of here is the recently constructed Malt House development. This aerial photo from Dorset Explorer demonstrates how recent the development to the east is, as it isn't actually shown on the most recent photography. It's worth noting that this site in the middle here is not yet developed, but has consent for a development called Greenwood Gardens for 95 apartments. On my most recent visit to the site, it appears the works are beginning here shortly. The The West Dorset Weymouth and Portland local plan identifies the site in policy Dorset. This advises that development is to be guided by the Weymouth Avenues development brief, which outlines some key aims for the overall brewery development, including retaining and reusing historically important buildings, preserving and enhancing the setting of the listed buildings and conservation area, a mixed-use development, imaginative contemporary approach, and reinforcing the industrial character of the site. It is worth noting that the policy includes the delivery of an art centre on this site, so there is a conflict with this proposal. However, officers consider that there is suitable justification for this not coming forward, as outlined in the report, and the proposed use is acceptable when considered in the context of the overall design group. Here is the photos of the existing site. Number one shows the view from the main brewery square plaza with the recognisable conical roof form of the Grade 2 listed multi-building highly visible. The two floors, the important brewing chimney, which sits immediately to the west of the site. Number 3 shows the Maltings building from the south side of Eldridge Street, including the latest extension to the east of the listed building. And number 4 shows the view from the eastern end of Eldridge Street, looking back towards Brewery Square, including the Hothouse and Cooperage apartments there. Number 1 here shows the south elevation of the existing eastern extension to the Maltings building. This was a 1930s, constructed in the 1930s, with a steel structure and corrugated metal cladding. Number 2 here shows the eastern elevation of the extension and its prominent position between the surrounding developments and Eldridge Street. And number 3 shows an oblique angle of the same elevation with the Maltings building over here beyond. You can also see how the site connects into the recently constructed Malthouse development, so here behind. Number 4 shows the northern elevation of the Maltings and its eastern extension over here. And you can just about see the Cooperage and Hothouse roof line above the existing Maltings building here. This is the outline approved master plan, which shows the various phases of Brewery Square development. All phases can now be completed, as previously mentioned, apart from the green gardens in here, and the site that we're looking at today in purple. In the following slides, I'm going to give you a bit of the background to the planning history of the proposed site. So the site already has planning permission and listed building consent from 2013 to make alterations to the former Maltings building in association with change of use to an arts centre. In addition, this consent included the erection of a new building to the rear of the Maltings to provide 5 apartments and 11 town councils. This permission was tied up with the conversion of the adjacent brewhouse building and the Brewery Square gardens opposite, which has been implemented. Therefore, this permission is considered an extant permission could still be built out. This image shows the consented proposal for the Maltings Arts Centre as seen from Brewery Square Plaza. And below its southern elevation, showing the new extensions to the west over here and to the east building. This is the west elevation of the consented scheme, showing a large zinc apartment building at the western end of the site. And the eastern elevation showing the end gable of the consented news houses to the north. Here's an illustration of the apartment block with the news housing running east, with the Maltings building here in front. This is the south elevation of the apartment and news building, which fronts into Cope Street running through the site. And this is a view looking west up here along Cope Street, showing the consented news and apartment building at the end. With the chimney beyond directly to the west. And below here is the consented northern elevation of the news building, which sits adjacent to the boundary with the gardens, properties, and Prince Works Road. The Section 106 agreement on the outline consent requires a minimum 30% affordable provision across the site, When taking into consideration the proposed number of dwellings in this proposal, provision of affordable housing provided in the construction and the constructed phases already meet this obligation, so no further affordable homes are proposed in this phase. Okay, now I'll go into a bit more detail regarding the two applications we are reviewing here today. This is an illustration of the proposal from the corner of Brewery Square Plaza, showing the Maltings in the foreground and the proposed Maltings News apartment building behind. This slide shows the proposed massing from different angles. I think it's quite helpful to see how the proposed sits within the surrounding development in terms of scale and height. So just for ease of reference, this is the existing Maltings building here, with the western extension here and the eastern extension here. And this here is the Maltings News building. Quite helpful to see the massing of the Woodbridge and Elbridge buildings, and then the Maltings News, and then working down to the smaller massing scale of the properties on Prince of Wales Road. Here's a proposed ground floor site layout. Proposals comprise, as previously mentioned, a total of 43 apartments in the converted Maltings building, which is this one, and a further 27 apartments in the Maltings News building. This is the basement layout of the Maltings, the existing Maltings building, which includes flexible community and commercial space to the west. This has a sunken courtyard which fronts onto Brewery Square. Cycle storage and parking is also provided at this level for the building, and a ramped access down from Hope Street to the parking area. This is the ground floor layout for both buildings. It should be noted that refuse stores are located for both buildings at this ground level, with level access out onto Hope Street in the middle. The collection. This is considered to have no adverse impacts on road safety. Working up through the building, these first floor layouts, both with central corridors and apartments either side. And these are the second floor plans showing how the apartments are cut back to work with the existing roof form of the Maltings building here. In contrast, the Maltings News, the new build apartments are planned again around the central corridor, with shallower units to the north side to maximise the amount of daylight into the depth of land. And this is the roof plan showing the introduction of conservation roof lights to the Maltings roof and the use of solar PV arrays on the Maltings News, which is shown in these grey hatches here. These are the proposed elevations of the Maltings building. The south elevation overlooks Eldridge Street opposite the Cooperage and Hop House, and the north elevation overlooks Pope Street opposite the proposed Maltings News building. They show external alterations to the Maltings fabric, including enlarged windows to the ground floor and the introduction of conservation roof lights to the roof. Also shown is the small western extension over here and the larger eastern extension. These are the proposed elevations of the Maltings News building. The south elevation overlooks Pope Street opposite the existing Maltings, and the north sits against the side boundary with the gardens of the properties of Prince of Wales Road. These are the west and east elevations of both buildings. The proposals sit significantly lower than the Cooperage building, shown here on the west elevation, and again are lower than the Hop House, shown on the east elevation over here. This shows a gradual reduction in scale from the Brewery Square Gardens down towards the residential properties on Prince of Wales Road. These are some of the key principles informing the design of the existing Maltings building. When new materials are proposed, they've been selected to reflect the existing buildings in Brewery Square. The existing layout is to be retained as far as possible in order to express the building's history and its new use. Windows are to be sensitively extended in places to functionally increase daylight for residential units. And new extensions New extensions are to be reminiscent of previous industrial structures to represent the building's history. The eastern extension has been designed to reflect the form and materials of the site and utilise a L-shaped floor plan to offset the amount of facade visible from Brewery Square, whilst continuing a level facade where it joins the existing modelling. The Morton's Mews has been designed to represent the massing of a mews block by having an undulating top floor, utilising lighter weight mansard roofs and including continuous doors and garages on the ground floor through its frontage. In terms of materials, the combination of multi-brick and aged copper to the upper facade creates a facade that has a degree of variation which is reflective of the mews block. Brick and aged copper, like other materials used throughout the Brewery's square development, and bronze copper to the ground floor length allows them to visually blend with the multi-brick and create a more continuous tone to the street level facade. During the course of the application, the applicant has developed the detail of the facade of the Morton's Mews in response to local residents' concern over the visual impact the proposal has as seen from their properties. The design is predominantly contemporary in its style and proportions. However, elements of historic details have been introduced in an attempt to relate the proposal better to the immediate historic Brewery context. These include segmental arches over windows, mansard rooms to help reduce the perceived dominance of the top level of the building, Brewlock arches, and brick banding. This is a close illustration of the view of the scene from Eldridge Street. And this is an illustration of the view of the scheme from the western end of Hope Street, running west to east between the two buildings. This plan shows the proposed parking provision across the two buildings with 48 covered parking spaces within the lower levels, but further 4 on-road spaces proposed, totaling 52 parking spaces. A total of 119 secure cycle spaces are proposed to be provided across the two buildings. Although the quantum of parking spaces falls short of 1 per apartment, it's considered acceptable in terms of level of provision in this instance, as the site's in a sustainable location, being just minutes from Dulwich, the South Rail Station, and within a 5-minute walk of High Street. So Dorset Council of Highways officers have reviewed the scheme and are satisfied that it complies with road safety requirements. This plan summarises the safety measures implemented to ensure highway safety in the proposal. Measures include a one-way access road coming into the site from the east, a traffic light system for the ramp into Morton's basement car park, signage to communicate no access into the ramp facing clockwise traffic coming from Eldridge Street, and a no U-turn sign facing counterclockwise traffic coming from Hope Street. No pedestrian access signs have also been added to the top and bottom of the ramp facing car park. Here are 2 examples of apartment layouts as proposed in each building. Layouts are typically structured with circulation and storage on the inner walls along the main circulation corridors and habitable rooms along the external walls so they can benefit get maximum benefit from natural light. Note that the sizes of apartments all meet or exceed the minimum nationally prescribed space standards. This is the proposed landscape scheme for the site, and it's considered to be acceptable and will be conditioned. As part of the office's analysis of the impact on amenity, visits were made to various neighbouring properties to the site. These are some photos taken from surrounding gardens and properties. So here we have the view from the garden of 12 Prince Wales Road, showing an existing amenity building that they have constructed in that garden. This view here is a view from the number 8 Prince Wales Road, which is the Fellowship of Meditation Charity, This is actually taken from the first floor, so it kind of gives you a bit more of an idea of the elevated view from those properties. The view of the garden from 6 Prince of Wales Road, this is to the far west of the site, so it's looking kind of back down to the southeast. And the last one here is a view from the south side of the site, from the Cooperage, from 38 Cooperage. Again, with an elevated view over the site. So these visits indicated that the highest potential impact from amenity was the properties and gardens of the properties on Prince of Wales Road, where the rear boundaries of the gardens would be in close proximity to the proposal for the Maltings Mews. And analysis was subsequently undertaken on the impact of the current proposal on each property in comparison to the previously consented extent permission. So I'll start on this side with 14 Prince of Wales Road, and I'll work my way over and just have a look at the impact on the community on each property. So at 14 Prince of Wales Road, we can see that the proposal has been significantly cut back from the eastern boundary. So this is the built form here, with nothing from first floor above to this gap here. In comparison to the extent permission, which had a solid block of townhouses or mews houses, which filled the width of this garden. Therefore, it's been established that there's a significantly less impact with smaller and less amount of windows overlooking these gardens. At 12 Prince of Wales Road, the 2-storey ancillary building that's been constructed significantly reduces the impact to the lower levels. On the upper levels, there is actually less windows overlooking. It should be noted that frosted glazing obscure glazing has been added to the lower half of these windows to further mitigate any impact on the community. At 10 Prince of Wales Road, this is a commercial property and the impact on the community is considered acceptable. Number 8 Prince of Wales Road, this is the charity, the Fellowship of Meditation. The revised proposal, we can see, has significantly less and smaller windows overlooking than the extent permission. And at 6 Prince of Wales Road, we can see here that the proposal at this end has been significantly cut back, resulting in significantly less impact. And again, just to reiterate, frosted lower windows helps to further mitigate the impact on the community of all of these properties. So it has been established that the impact on the community is considered to be acceptable when compared to the extent permission, but also when considered within its own right in the context of the development plan. Objections raised by neighbouring residents have identified a discrepancy on the site ground level of the extent permission when compared to the current proposal. On analysis of the scale drawings, regardless of the level shown of the proposal site, when the height of the proposal is measured from the level of the Prince of Wales Road gardens, the extent permission totaled approximately 15 metres in height for the Western Zinc apartment block and 11.7 metres in height for the Mews townhouses. The current proposal measures approximately 13 metres in height, consistently all the way along. This represents an apparent increase in approximately 1.3 metres in height when compared to the Mews element of the extent proposal, the extent permission. The new application has been considered on the basis of the most accurate current ground level. It is considered that the proposed height is acceptable within the brewery complex and is in harmony with the adjoining buildings and the area as a whole. This plan indicates the anticipated shading to the gardens of Prince of Wales Road as per the BRE guidance, the Building Research Establishment guidance, showing before and after shadow plots demonstrating the difference that the proposed building will make to the shadowed area in the gardens on the 21st of March. Note that the green indicates the area of the garden that receives under 2 hours of sunlight before the development and the red indicates the additional area of the garden that will receive under 2 hours of sunlight after the development. The results show that after the proposed development, 2 hours of sunlight on the 21st of March will be received between 73% and 92% of the area of each garden tested on Prince of Wales Road. This is far better than the BRE guidance that recommends that at least 50% of any garden area receives at least 2 hours of direct sunlight and is therefore deemed to be acceptable. It is also worth noting that that vertical sky component analysis is also considered. This measures the impact on diffuse light levels into the windows of surrounding developments. Officers are satisfied that the level of impact is acceptable. An analysis was also submitted to demonstrate the impacts on future occupiers in terms of daylight into the proposed apartments. This plan shows the proposed ground floor of the existing Maltings building. Lighting level targets have been set as per the BRE guidance and consists of targets of 150 lux for living, dining and kitchens and 100 lux for bedrooms. As demonstrated on this plan, a number of rooms in the Maltings conversion do not meet the BRE recommendations. In this case, the constraints set by the listed building and the level of obstruction created by surrounding developments limit the potential for daylight to these rooms. A balance has therefore been established between maximising levels of daylight and sunlight whilst preserving the aesthetics of the listed building. It should be noted that in the overall scheme, 74% of all habitable rooms tested meet or surpass the BRE illuminance recommendations, which is 137 out of total 186 rooms. It's considered that this amounts to a high level of compliance, taking into account the constraints set by the listed building and the proximity of the surrounding developments. This is the first floor of the proposed converted maltings, and as you can see, there's significantly more compliance as you move up through the building. This is the first floor of the proposed maltings in use. Note that the ground floor is parking, so it has no habitable rooms. There is an overall high level of compliance for this part of the proposal. During the course of the application, the applicant has worked proactively with Oxford to make a series of amendments in response to consulting and neighbouring concerns. These are demonstrated here by the evolution of the proposed elevation spanning from 2023, here, when the application was first validated, to 2025 with what we're reviewing today. Changes include removal, or the main changes include the removal of the top floor of the eastern extension, a graduated roof line being introduced to the eastern extension, the elevation projection being modified to maintain clear views towards Brewery Square, the brick pillars to be retained, first and second floor balconies that were shown in the second revision have been removed to retain the historic roof line. Solar panels have also been removed to retain the historic back row, and conservation roof lights have been introduced. In the case of the Maltings Mews building, you can see how changes have reduced the height and perceived mass of the building and have broken down the facade into a more considered site-responsive design. Main changes here include the top floor, again, being removed, the facade being developed to represent mews, communal terraces being removed to reduce the impact on amenity of residents, local residents. Balconies have also been reduced. The air vents, these here, to the parking area have also been reduced. Light sensors to reduce light spill to the parking area has been introduced. Increased cycle parking, better access into the refuse area, solar panels have been included, and traditional design features have been introduced. Okay, now we'll move on to the listed building application. For the alteration and conversion of the Grade 2 listed Maltings building in Dorchester Square to provide a total of 43 apartments. Proposals include changes to the existing commercial use to a new combined use, including commercial, community and parking at basement floor, and for residential from ground to second floors. External, internal alterations and 2 new extensions are also proposed. So constructed in 1879 to the designs of George R. Brickney, there was a late in 1930 steel framed 5-story extension added southeast end, which was originally barley storage but now clad in corrugated metal and internally subdivided into offices. The Grade 2 building is listed for its special architectural and historic interest, and it's situated in the Dutch station area. It was originally built to convert cereal grain into malt by soaking it in water, allowing it to sprout and then drying it to stop further growth. The malt was then used in brewing beer at the adjacent brewery. These are some photos of the interior of the existing buildings, showing some of the characteristics and features of the building's industrial past. These include cast iron columns encased in concrete, kiln furnaces, and lath and plaster ceilings above the ground floor. It's worth noting that the heritage significance of this building is considered to be principally associated with its historic fabric. There is also a degree of significance derived from its setting. The proposed elevations show the following proposed modifications to this building. Removal of the existing warehouse structures at either side of the building and replacement with a 5-story extension to the east and a 3-story extension to the west. Over a proposed lower ground flexible commercial and community space, which is here. An enlargement of some existing windows and new windows and roof lights. Internal modifications would comprise removal of existing internal walls to all floors except the basement, where partial walls and columns are retained. Removal of existing floor plates and integration of new ones. Extension to the existing basement to the west of the building and addition of a sunken terrace to the east. New walls, stair floors and layout apply to all new floor plates. The upper levels of the building. Going back, we've got the lower ground over here, the ground floor, the first floor, the second floor, which is in the existing roof form of the maltings, and then the extension on the end. And then going up, we've got the 3rd floor and 4th floor, and the roof plan. Harm that's been identified as the significance of the building includes a change to its purpose-built use. Note the purpose-built use is no longer viable, and the proposed mix of uses includes commercial, community, and residential, which would secure a long-term future for the building. Removal of some of the historic fabric, including basement columns, first floor timber joists, lath and plaster, and localized external fabric to accommodate new fenestration. Roof light has been added to existing roofs, which visually breaks up the historic messing forms. Note that these roof lights are required to support the proposed residential use to provide daylight into the flats on the top floor. It's been established that less than substantial harm would occur to the significance of the Maltings building. Amendments have been made to reduce the level of harm to the listed building, including changes to limit the loss of historic fabric, including the retention of further existing brickwork, historic archways in the basement, and historically significant brick kilns, which are, in fact, to be retained and utilised as a feature in the proposed commercial unit. 1 story has been removed from the proposed eastern extension to reduce the dominance of this element. And a graduated roof line has been introduced to the eastern extension, and the elevation projection resolved to retain the eastward Brewery Square. The proposed first floor balconies and PV panels have been removed and conservation roof lights been incorporated, which are discrete, fixed, flush, and low reflective. The harm identified for the significance of the building must be weighed against public benefits to the team. which include a choice and supply of new homes in an allocated site in a sustainable location, the reuse of an existing brewery building, provision of the jobs during construction and future residential expenditure, conversion to a new, more sustainable use to secure the long-term future of the building, the overall refurbishment of the building, including consolidation and repair of its historically significant brickwork, including the reinstatement of previously filled-in opening. High quality fenestration in line with the treatment of the other buildings, existing brewery buildings that have been converted, and a commercial community use front onto Brewery Square, which would benefit the local community and strengthen the public realm. It is considered that the public benefits outweigh the level of substantial harm to this heritage. So, in summary, the principle of development of the site has already been established. The proposal has been through several reiterations to reduce the identified less than substantial harm to the Grade 2 Maltings building as far as possible. The public benefits would outweigh the less than substantial harm to this heritage asset. Amendments have been made to the scale and design of the proposed Maltings Mews building to reduce the impact and amenity on the neighbouring residents and future occupants. It is considered the proposal would comply with the development plan taken as a whole, and there are no material considerations which would warrant refusal of this application. So I recommend to, well, I've got both of them here, so we do yeah, we've got the planning, a full planning application here, which is recommended to grant subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got two speakers here. One in objection, that's Kirsty Snow, who would like to please come up and speak for 3 minutes, and I'll give you heads up when you have 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. My name's Kirsty Snow. I'm here today as a resident representing myself and my neighbours on Prince of Wales Road. For transparency, I'm also a Dorset Council employee. My family's lived on Prince of Wales Road since 2022. We knew when we bought the house that consent had been granted for a scheme of Mews townhouses behind our property, and we had no objection to this. But since then, numerous applications have been made for a huge block of flats instead. This block will be just 50 centimetres away from the garden wall at 6 Prince of Wales Road and more than 13 metres high, stealing our daylight and directly overlooking our gardens and homes. Its scale, mass and proximity feels overwhelmingly dominant. However, the consented townhouse scheme has underground parking and built at a lower level, which would be far less imposing. The original Weymouth Avenue development brief states, with regard to Prince of Wales Road, that consideration must be made to the impact of any proposed redevelopment upon these properties, with the aim being to ensure that no significant harm is caused to the amenities of these occupiers. The application you are voting on today will significantly harm the residents of Prince of Wales Road through deprivation of privacy, light, and other simple freedoms. Dorchester Civic Society, the Victorian Society, the Town Council and Dorset Council's own urban designer agree that a building of this scale, mass and proximity is unacceptable and contradicts the Weymouth Avenue brief, which also states, plots and positioning, scale and massing and design materials used in development need to respect the listed buildings, conservation area and their settings. In our last objection, we demonstrated the market demand for flats versus houses in a mile of DT1. Today, there are 132 flats for sale on Rightmove in DT1, not including Poundbury, but only 33 terraced or semi-detached 3+ bedroom homes with gardens and parking. The recently completed Malthouse block of flats, which impacts numbers 16 to 20 Prince of Wales Road, is 15 metres away from their garden wall. The impact to them is negatively significant. But the Maltings Mews will be even higher than that and just 2 metres from my garden wall. The officer's report suggests there will be no significant harm to residential amenities, but it fails to consider the lived experiences of residents and doesn't consider the original design brief for Brewery Square. The towering presence of this block of flats will create an oppressive environment that will diminish many people's quality of life. The consented townhouses would adequately meet the needs of the community and would work in harmony with, not against, existing surroundings. Councillors, please prioritise the voices of your community and make the right decision for Dorchester's future, not the pockets of developers. Please insist the original application for the townhouses is upheld and reject the proposal against you today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now please ask Robert Ackland to speak, who works for the Brewery Square Development Company Limited.
There's another speaker in public that registered. I've registered Neil Williams.
Sorry? We've got another speaker. I've only got. Okay.
I registered with so
I don't have any other speakers, John.
Neil Williams.
Speaking.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah, I've got him on. Yeah, I've got him on. Yes. Yeah, so Neil Williams.
Please could you give me the details?
So Neil Williams.
Neil Williams. Is it Neil Williams? Okay. Well, thank you, Neil. Please could you. So are you speaking for?
I'm an agent basically speaking on behalf of my client and the residents of Prince Wales.
Are you speaking in favour of the application? Oh, to object to the application. Okay, thank you. I'll give you a heads up when you have 30 seconds left.
Okay. This application was formally registered by the Planning Department on the 6th of February 2023, and 2 years and 1 month later, a recommendation for this proposal has finally been made by the Planning Department. During this extraordinarily extended timescale, the proposal drawings for the Mortings Mews have been allowed by the Planning Department to be amended 4 times. The proposal as presented to you today still remains visually oppressive and overbearing to the residents of adjacent properties within Prince Wales Road, the closest part of the proposed north aspect being only half a metre from the rear boundary of 6 Prince Wales Road, and whilst this aspect tapers from the rear boundaries, will only increase to a marginal 2 metre from the client's rear boundary. Throughout this aspect, the proposed north aspect will be 1.7 metres higher than the rear gardens of Prince Wales Road, and the total height visible to most residents will exceed 13 metres. We are aware that the developer is citing that the latest proposal was no higher than the previously approved application produced by Conran and Partners. This is simply incorrect, as the previously approved clearly details the ground levels to be level both sides of the rear boundaries to Prince Wales Road. As previously stated, the developer has raised the ground level their side by 1.7 metres, which results in their latest proposal actually being almost a storey higher than the previously approved. The total number of windows within the proposal will create a continual sense of overlooking from this structure, which is considered would massively impact upon the current sense of well-being for properties within Prince Wales Road. The initial supporting right to light data was invalid, as this modelled the Mortings Mews at the same ground level as the rear gardens within Prince Wales Road. When this was correctly remodelled with the ground level increased by 1.7 metres on the proposal site, the levels of natural daylight and sunlight, which were diminished prior, naturally increased, ensuring that the latest structure will reduce these levels within both the rear grounds and the properties themselves in Prince Wales Road. The proposal will not accord with the clear requirements of the Weymouth Avenue Supplementary Planning Document dated 2004, which clearly sets the design standards for this site. The proposal will visually detract from both the adjacent historic asset, the Mortings, and the conservation area itself. The proposed structure is visually bland and lacking in any enriching architectural detail and hence merit, both in terms of the proposed material palette and design form and massing. On the latest design, a token effort has been made to try and visually enhance the north aspect with the Spartan inclusion of polychromatic brickwork, window arches and some areas of banding courses. Due to the nature and very limited extent of architectural detailing now employed, our remains as before for the latest proposed structure. It's for these reasons, and we respectfully ask members of the planning committee to object to this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, could I now ask Robert Ackland to speak, who is speaking on behalf of the applicant. I'll give you a heads up when you have 30 seconds left.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm speaking as the applicant in support of these applications. These schemes are the culmination of years of work to comprehensively redevelop this key area of Dorchester, delivering a high quality and sustainable and well-designed development. It's the final phase of Brewery Square for which the master plan was initially granted outline consent in 2006. Over the years, successive phases have developed new homes, commercial space, leisure facilities, and an over-provision of affordable housing. Benefits. The site is sustainably located for residential and flexible commercial uses. It's allocated for development in the local plan and aligns with both local and national housing policies. Key benefits include social benefits, delivers 70 much needed new homes, helping meet housing demand, creates a mix of uses, including commercial and community space, supporting a vibrant and sustainable neighbourhood. Economic benefits, creates employment opportunities, both during and after construction, increases footfall for shops, restaurants, leisure and community spaces. Environmental benefit, repurposes an historic building, reducing the need for new materials, provides 119 cycle parking spaces, promoting sustainable transport, introduces comprehensive and sympathetic landscaping, enhancing biodiversity and creating an attractive, inclusive neighbourhood or environment. Collaborative planning. This application is the result of extensive and proactive discussions with the council and local community over several years. We have responded to consultation, feedback and objections and have refined the scheme, including amendments to the scale, design, including the removal of the top storey and setback to Maltings Mews, reducing the impact amenity of the neighbouring residents. We are pleased with the collaborative effort that has gone into shaping this proposal. We very much hope that you will support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, first of all, do we have any questions? Councillor Jespers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 4 questions, which I'll ask one at a time, if I may, because they're not linked. But before I do that, can I just thank the officers for a really comprehensive and well presented report here. Members of the public often ask us how come planning applications sometimes take so many years to come to fruition. And I think we've just seen an example here today of what those years have been spent doing. And it's very interesting to see how this planning application has evolved over the years. And it was a most interesting report and presentation. So thank you for that. My first question, obviously it's disappointing that over the fullness of time, the Arts Centre has disappeared from this plan. It would have been fabulous and a real addition to Dorchester. I presume there's no, it's gone for good. So my question is there any community or communal space within this application? I appreciate nothing like the Arts Centre, but is there anything here that's for community use?
Thank you for the question. Yes, on the basement level of the existing Maltings building, there's 200 square metre mixed use community and commercial space, which is flexible space and it goes somewhat into offsetting the loss of the accent.
So supplementary on that. So who's going to manage that space? Community and commercial. It would be nice if it was community. Who will decide what that space is used for?
Question that was answered there for how that was managed. The use would be permitted through this consent. We don't have details of how that would be brought forward, but it would happen in that use class as set out in the application. I don't know if you get a floor plan for the area. The provision of that area is sort of tied on in terms of its deliveries that come forward as part of the scheme. And when there's a proposal from an end user to have to comply with that use class, it's consented. It's just the area on the low ground basement area. Yeah.
I don't know what others might pick this up later or not agree with me. I think it would be interesting to explore whether there was a way that we could, you say it's not tied down, if we could tie it down a little bit through the section 106 to err on the side of community use. I just leave that thought with you. It might not be possible.
We could have a condition that specifies the use more clearly. There is one proposed that provision has to fall in those use classes. In terms of tying it down to a trigger, it might be difficult in terms of deliverability to want to prohibit the residential development coming forward, but we could have a use class condition that relates to that plan and specifies what uses would be acceptable in that area.
I would like it. I will come forward with the proposal for that then when the time comes. My second question then is about the cycle storage, which is referred to as secure cycle storage, but it appears to be just out in the open. I wonder, bicycles are becoming very, very expensive these days, and I wonder if there is any evidence or reason to suppose that this cycle storage will be much used, because I think that there are some cyclists that would be very reluctant to be leaving their expensive bicycles anywhere in a generalized storage. So are we confident that that cycle storage is secure enough?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just about to make out on the plan there the two areas for cycle storage. One in the top right hand corner of Maltings Mews. I'm talking to the microphone, and obviously the one at the bottom level. So you can see they've got doors onto each area. I think the door would have a lock, and the people have the bikes in there would have their locks. And I would hope, or would assume that the actual stands, etc., for the bikes as well could be locked. So I think it's probably as secure as it could ever be. It's not outside the building on a scheduled stand where everybody else could get it.
That's helpful, thank you. Yes, I guess that's as secure as it could be. My third question then is on the Eastern Extension and various other places, the materials, the metal cladding. Could you give us a little more information about, because it's referred to variously as metal cladding and aged copper. So what is this material? And yeah, what will it look like? Is it aged copper? Will it age over time? Because it doesn't look all that attractive in the picture, that's the point.
It's been selected to match existing materials, and so I'll just find actually photos of Brewery Square to give you more clear representation what it would look like. So this green cladding here on the Mott House development has used a similar cladding. So it's aged copper lookalike cladding. So copper goes green as it ages. So it's almost like a pre-aged copper, which doesn't change over time. It stays as it is.
Okay. Thank you. I guess that will have to do. Copper that aged naturally would have been even nicer, but aged copper, I guess, is nice. My final question then is, could we have some clarification, because we've heard a different interpretation or a different view from residents and from our case officer here about the impact of this on the residents of Prince of Wales Road, and in particular the ground level, the discrepancies there between the ground levels. Could you give us a little bit more information about that so we can understand that a bit better?
Okay, so on screen at the moment we've got my analysis of ground levels. So regardless of the level shown on the application site, this analysis looks at the garden level indicated. It's slightly confusing because the bottom section is from looking at it from a different direction. But if you take this garden level, Prince of Wales properties here, this is a measurement of the height of proposals from their garden level. And this is the current proposal, the lower elevation here. And that measures that to 13 metres above their garden level. The extent permission, whilst the levels shown on the application site, so this side of the garden wall, are different, I essentially ignored that for the case of this, for the purpose of this measurement. And I've taken the measurement from the garden level, because essentially the impact on their amenity is the height above their garden level. So I've taken the measurement from their garden level on the extent permission, which the Mews house element of the extent permission was 11.7 metres, and the zinc clad apartment block at the end, on the western end of the proposal, was 15 metres. So in terms of height involved, that element at the end is significantly bigger than what's currently being proposed. And for the rest of the proposal, it equates to about 1.3 metres higher than their garden, than the extent permission for the Mews housing. So yeah, that's
Thank
the
you.
explanation of this.
Yes. So it's not significantly bigger, but at 15 metres, I think it is very big. I think we should acknowledge that. We are in the position that we often find ourselves on this committee, where we're considering a previously accepted application and looking at the difference rather than looking at the thing from scratch. But yeah, so thank you very much. That was helpful.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pager.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Jesperson asked one of my big questions on the ground levels. I'm still not convinced. Back to that. There's a comment from a fellow councillor who couldn't be here about flats that are going to be right on the boundary. Those windows that are 1 metre away, I think it's from the Prince of Wales Road boundary at the back, the windows won't be openable. I think there's concern there for the potential residents of those flats living condition.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, they will be. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Questions, but I've got plenty of comments.
Could I make a comment on the windows, please?
Yes, Hannah's going to make a comment on the windows.
Thank you, Chair. You heard that the scheme has been amended to include obscure glazing, and we don't actually have a condition to ensure that the glazing is obscured. So I'd recommend if committee was to go with the recommendation that's added on to ensure that the windows are provided as obscured and then retained in perpetuity as such. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the most actually chair of the council day, Chair Johnson, Mary, Vice Chair today. Yes, the condition, please, could I actually propose a condition of the fact of making the windows frosted or obscured? Of course, I think that'll be very important for the residents. How do you want me to word it?
Could I just come in and say, to the extent that they're showing on the elevations, it's just the lower half.
Lower half, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but we can add that as a condition. Is that okay? Yeah. Secondly, I'd like to come back to Neil Williams' description of the fact of light and our descriptions of the fact of light, which is right, because the fact is I'm quite confused where we are with this, because what you stated is what has been stated by Neil Williams is a different parameter regarding light, the back of the gardens and view, and of course distance from the back of the building to actually the gardens themselves. So where exactly are we with that? There's a description I need to make sure is clarified, which is right.
Sorry, can you just clarify that?
Yeah, the two descriptions which have been said about, you have described the fact that the light aspect with the rear gardens and also the ends of the buildings is different to what has been stated by what Neil was just presented to us just there about what he said in the condition were not correct. Is he right or are you right? Sorry, wondering.
So the technical, so this information in terms of the shading of the garden, we believe it's correct. There will be, as persons pointed out, a degree of additional shadowing of the gardens, but not to the extent with the except.
That's it.
Yes. Yes. Just to clarify, this modelling was redone based on a more recent survey of the levels of the gardens.
As that's some clarification, because we are making a major decision here today. Also, the fact you can see by the rear end of the buildings, the glass has been reduced and the masonry has been put more in keeping of the original Alfred Pope building. Do you know it well because I used to go there. So it's a condition of the fact that that is definitely what we see today is the final application of that building to look like when or if it is built. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, thank you. And finally, can I ask one question? I can see a quotation of the affordable housing in the report. The only thing I can see about the conditions, perhaps, is this affordable housing calculated before this building is built or after this building is built? Because it just changed the boundaries. Okay.
The calculation is taking into consideration the amount of properties proposed in this development, so it still exceeds the 30% minimum obligation, taking into account the increased numbers proposed.
I noticed by Councillor Jefferson that the fact is that we were looking at the condition for the area to be used by the public. The answer to your question is Jefferson, if the fact is that the arts moved to the Court Exchange, so that's what we say for a minute there. So yes, conditions for the area. We'd like to see something on that score to see what it's guaranteed to be a community service area and in touching with S16, which was mentioned. Thank you. Shall I close that?
Yeah.
You want to propose it?
Yes, I'll put that.
Thank you, Chair. That's me.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Les from Dorchester West. Kirsten, please tell me the distance between this block of flats from the back of Prince of Wales Road. How far is it physically on the whole thing?
Yeah.
Question.
So it varies as you go along because it's slightly displaying. If we take number 8 Prince of Wales Road, which is the closest, actually.
Thank you. Yeah.
Number 8 Prince of Wales Road Garden is here. The development is displaying out this direction. This is the garden with the closest element. So the rear of the property, rearmost elevation of the building is approximately 23 metres from the proposed Mortings Mews building. And that's ground floor, and the upper level is 30 metres from its nearest point.
23 metres.
And how tall is the building itself? I mean, if you're stood in the garden there,
Yeah, it's as shown in the levels, it's 13 metres.
that's quite intimidating and overbearing.
Yeah, this is the elevation that you would see from 8 Wells Road.
We've also got obviously the 1.7 metres, that the levels are slightly different, and we've gone into that already.
It's the 13 metres is taken from the level of the garden, so you don't need to add that on. It's that level.
The wall on the other side, on the Brewery Square, is higher than their gardens, isn't it?
The level is measured from their garden. That
includes that.
So,
Yeah, but on the far side of the wall, it's 1.7 metres before you start higher.
yes, it's less than 13 metres high.
Yeah.
Development. Yeah. So it's higher on the garden side, it's slightly elevated from the garden.
So anybody stood in any of those Prince of Wales gardens is going to have a view, those people in those buildings are going to be looking down on them.
There is an element of impact on immunity.
Quite a significant impact, I would suggest.
In places, yes, but I would argue that the extant permission, as shown here, already sets that precedent of that impact on immunity, and various amendments have been put forward to reduce the amount of windows, the extent of the windows, and to incorporate.
There looks to me to be a lot of windows overlooking the gardens of Prince of Wales Road, and they're only about a metre or so away from the garden itself.
Yeah, the other thing that has happened is that the extent of habitable rooms on this elevation have been reduced. So there are more kind of, for example, these windows here are small windows above kitchens. So the habitable space is facing in another direction where possible. Obviously, that's not always possible. There are some habitable rooms due to the nature of the layout of the building. But this one here in particular is a commercial property, so the impact
at the moment it's a commercial property. It could go back to residential.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Wood, please go ahead.
Councillor Carl Wood, Gillingham Ward. Just a question about the parking. Is that dedicated for residents or is it general use parking?
I presume that'd be for residents.
I can see cars. Private parking for residents, council, there's access. As you can see from the road element, the buildings to the south. And then to the north has got an access which serves all of those spaces, so it is not public car parking as such.
So is there consideration for the fact that we have community/commercial use space there with no parking then allocated for it?
The intention would be that this is a stable site with footfall already within the development as such. So I wouldn't anticipate that it would be a destination that anybody would wish to drive to. There are parking facilities and community facilities at the site. So hopefully everybody will be walking and cycling there.
Okay.
Yeah, so then it's the bike storage facility, is that public or is that also private resident?
Also private as part of it.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question regarding the bikes. Are people allowed to store electric bikes, i.e. those with lithium batteries?
Yes.
Right under fire protection plates?
Fire protection isn't an element that the Highway Authority would advise upon. I imagine it's covered by building regulations, to be fair. It's a good question. I've never been asked before.
Maybe that's a condition we ought to apply. Put that on as another amendment. I think.
That's true. They don't best into late.
Any other technical questions? Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper with One North.
Yeah, I mean, my concern has been mentioned by others, and it's this overbearing presence of, you know, 5 stories on the people in Wells Road. You know, proximity to the boundary, but also, you know, the overbearing and the distance of the properties, you know, from the back of the proposed building to their actual residential property. You know, it's 23 meters and then the building is, you know, 12, 13 meters high. You know, it's going to look that you've only got a very small.
I think you're making more of a point than a question. Councillor Cooper, is that a question?
No,
There's a
debate.
comment.
No, it's all right.
That'd be a question.
Yeah.
But
So I don't think we have any more questions, do we?
Let's go
I
to
think we can
debate.
move on to debate now.
all right.
Let's debate.
Councillor Major.
May I start the debate?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lots to debate. Got a mixture of comments from fellow ward councillors here, my own, and I'll wrap it up after. But really, the mass and scale to us, as the local ward members, do feel that it is too dominant over listed multi-buildings already. It's not in harmony with the adjoining building and its traction conservation area. With regards to the Prince of Wales Road properties, it's completely overbearing. Loss of privacy, loss of outlook, loss of light, gardens overlooked by windows. You know, all you can, you know, I do appreciate that there's been a great effort to decrease that detrimental effect, but it's still really going to significantly affect them. In one property, 12 windows are overlooking number 10, which could again revert to being residential. Buildings which have no natural light as they're facing north, making the apartments darker. Flats with windows, and that's been addressed, sorry. Flats with obscured glass and windows in main rooms. So although you said some rooms are being made, so they're not the main living areas, there's still going to be some with potentially obscured windows if that was brought forward. But that's still not going to take away the fact that they're completely overlooking those rear gardens and houses. There's a problem already on site with drying of clothes, etc., laundry, because there's no outside drying spaces. Even though there is affordable housing on the site and it's exceeding that, we should always be promoting more. And on such a large development, I think there was more scope to implement more. There was lots of discrepancies on these ground levels, and although that's been addressed, I appreciate the work that's gone into that. I do feel that's kind of broken down the trust between the existing residents and the site developers. But finishing up on my point, really, it's far too close to the boundary. It's overbearing, and I do appreciate the effort that's gone to council officers and the developers to try and address some of this. But for the residents already there, it's just, I can't support it. As a whole, the development is well thought out and designed, but this block is just being squeezed into such a small space, a narrow space at the back of it, so close to that boundary. I can't support it. And also, going back to the older plans, I appreciate its conservation. Here we are, brand new development once again, and we're taking out solar panels. There was lots of scope there for that. So personally, I can't support this, and I'd like to object on any number of those grounds if we can.
Okay, thank you for that. To Councillor Fry.
Sorry, Dorchester West, I'll second the refusal.
Okay. So you were proposing that we go for a refusal. Councillor Taylor.
Don't go to the vote.
Councillor Jesperson.
Can I just add, sorry?
Before we go to the vote, can we just have a bit of a debate? Yes. I really sympathise with what you're saying, but I just want to put out there, is there a danger here that we're letting the best drive out the good. We've been 3 years working on this application, and what's come back to us is very much better than what we started with.
Yeah.
And I'm just a bit concerned that if we turn this down now, I don't know where we go next with this, because we really, really do need this development to be done. And so I would like some advice from officers about, if we turn this down, and I understand and I get where you're coming from, where do we go next with this? How much more scope is there for making this better? And also, and we always have to consider this, how much grounds would we have in an appeal? Because it seems, I'm just concerned about the appeal position. When so much work has gone into getting us to this point, would we be going into a fruitless appeal? I merely ask it just before we rush into a vote on this. It's the kind of other point of view.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there are impacts on residential needs. I don't think there's, any suggestion that there will be an impact. I think there's lots of matters that need to be weighed in the balance here. It's an extremely sustainable location on the brownfield site. It would result in a significant amount of additional dwelling, which is significantly needed against our housing requirements. And I think in terms of the design reviews that have gone, that the design amendments that have being brought forward today, it is the best impact that we can achieve in terms of living conditions. And if we do consider that on balance, it does comply with our policy. So there was significantly more window space in those properties when it first came in. And through the design amendments, they've been changed to lessen the amount of openings overlooking. The balconies were removed. Obscure glazing was incorporated in. So you can see the bottom elevation, what was thought to be acceptable when it was submitted in 2023, which officers considered would not be okay, and what we have today on the bottom elevation, which is the elevation that fronts the properties. When you look at each individual property, and you look at the reports where Kirsty sets out the actual impact on each residential property, it's considered to be acceptable, judged against our policy. But that's a matter for the committee to weigh in the balance, because there will be an impact, and whether that's acceptable might down to committee to look at. You can see here that the openings have been significantly reduced. And if you look at each property, you look at the analysis that Kirsten did on the garden areas. We've seen the photographs from the garden areas there. There are long gardens, and we're looking at impact on the garden area rather than a significant impact on the windows of the existing properties there. So yeah, I think that's probably what I would say. It's to weigh everything in the balance and have regard to the section of the person's report where she looks at each individual property, looks at the impacts that will occur, which there will be an impact, and then have to come to the conclusion whether you feel that there is significant harm, sufficient harm against that policy to warrant refusal or not.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of comments. I mean, if improvements can be made, such as, for example, incorporating solar panels that are not obvious, so that then becomes an improvement, or providing more secure paths, for instance, to increase the amount of privacy. There are things that may be able to be done to improve the development. Those are my comments. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. I note all Councillor Jesperson's comments there, and I agree with quite a few of them. There's a lot of work gone into this, but actually, when we've got in 2023, we've got a very big development put in, whereas before that, there was Muse houses put in. So why were those Muse houses not developed? 2-storey, building the site up into the centre. I mean, I like Brewery Square. I know it extremely well in there. To have 2-storey Muse houses would have fitted around the edge of it and would have been far more acceptable to the residents. A lot of work has been spent building up this big monstrosity, and we have to look after the residents of Prince of Wales Road. Only yesterday in the national press was a story of a massive building put up right on the edge of the neighbour's place there. Overbearing, intimidating. And I would say that this is very similar. It's overdevelopment of the site, shoehorning a big building in there with all the flats with need accommodation, shoehorning in less than a metre, 1 metre from the boundary properties, going to a bit more, and then rising to 15 metres or whatever it is height there. That's overdevelopment. overbearing and unacceptable in my opinion. Thank you.
Yes, Hannah's going to come back.
Thank you, Chair. What was consented wasn't 2-storey. It's the same number of stories, as you can see on the screen there, as the top proposed today. I think it's important to look, when you look at the bottom elevation, the top of the building is not the grey area there. It's where a person is indicating here. So you can see the heights are comparable.
I was talking, but probably before that. I think the plans before that, when the initial.
The Muse house.
Yeah.
The new house is towards the top there. So they're not 2-storey.
Is that the 2020? Sorry. Is that
The top is what was consented, and the bottom is what's proposed now. And I think it's important. I think the shading at the rear does make the bottom elevation look higher than it is. That's just the shading of the building behind. That's not the roof form that you can see there in red. The outline of the building is where a person is indicating here, which is really important, because I think that shading does make the bottom building look taller than it will be. And you can see that the information on the levels through the site, which person we can bring up, it is comparable. I mean, we have to treat this application on its own merits because it's what's before us today, and it's material what's been granted before, but officers have looked at this scheme as it stands and the impact of this scheme in particular and considered it acceptable, judged against our amenity policy. You can have a look at that. That's the levels there. So the building is different in terms of what we consented. It was actually the massing was different, and this building actually is pulled back from the end elevation, so it's not completely comparable. Its impacts are different, but it has been very carefully considered, the amenity impacts to the properties in Prince of Wales Road, which do have long gardens, to design out as far as possible that level of overlooking through having habitable rooms that have windows on the side gables rather than facing the properties, and trying where possible to have non-habitable rooms facing those garden areas. And with the inclusion of the obscure glazing, which can be conditioned, that further limits the impact. It's difficult, it's a brownfield site, and we want to look to, in such a sustainable location, the amount of dwelling that can be secured through this application is significantly more beneficial than the Muse housing, which didn't make a very good use of a brownfield site in terms of the number of dwellings we were getting. So I think that's a consideration as well in terms of the benefits of the scheme, in terms of the housing that would be provided.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and that's a great overview actually on there. I've got the overall condition of the scene. We've got one building, that's good. Maltings, we've got another building, the Malting Muse, which isn't. You know, we're not happy with the overlooking the fact of it on there. And it is a big building, it's a big lump. And that's what we're saying. And we're uncovering the residents Prince of Wales Road, sorry. And yeah, I understand. So therefore, is this today, are we taking this as 2 applications or 1 application on block?
We're taking it as 2 applications.
No.
Sorry, Chair, just to come in here, there are 2 applications before you, one for the planning application and one for the listed building application.
Right.
Both applications deal with both buildings. So when you're voting on each application, you're dealing with the 2 separate issues for both the existing conversion of the Maltings and the Malting Muse together.
Yeah.
Right.
Councillor Cooper.
I just wondered whether Councillor Fry was referring to back in 2006 when the Malting Muse planning came through then. Well, it might have been related to that one, and therefore that was why it was a lower height. The 2006 application, what's referred to in on page 43.
Would like to comment on that.
That is the ex-ante scheme, so that's what we're saying is a material consideration because it's been implemented and could still be built. So it's important to treat the scheme on its own merits, because it has to be acceptable. It's not just is it better or not, it's is it acceptable in terms of our policies, but it is material that the development has been commenced and could be completed in terms of that scheme at the top there.
Councillor Fry.
I also point out, I don't think that this would deliver the housing that we need now. we're going to need more family housing. This is all 1 and 2 bedroom flats. There comes a time when you saturate the market with this type of stuff. And as we heard earlier, there's a lot of those on Rightmoves already for sale. You need more family places, 2 and 3 bedrooms or more.
Thanks, Desmond.
Yes, but what did our housing enabling team say about the tenure and the housing being offered here? Sorry, I can't find it in the report. I'll have to.
Well, we did speak to our housing enabling team to ensure that the affordable housing element was accepted. So we needed to make sure that the outline consent had been adhered to in terms of the 30% affordable across the site, and they were happy that that had been met. I'm not certain that they've commented on the open market need, but what we do know is we've got a significant requirement for our housing figures to provide housing. I completely take the point on needing family homes, but this is a brownfield site in an extremely sustainable location where we can accommodate more units. The developer obviously wants to bring this forward and is, I'm assuming, confident there is a demand for them. And I think that a refusal along the lines that it should be family homes on this site is probably not going to stack up in terms of the policy position that we have. Thank you.
Yes, because I think we need to be, sorry, Sheridan, we need to be a little bit careful about making statements about housing, market housing need on when we don't actually have any evidence of that, because at any given time the market. So I think that's a slightly iffy grounds for refusal. Personally, if
it's not a point for refusal, it's a comment that this is actually providing the wrong thing.
It's just that I don't think it makes the case for refusal stronger, is all I would comment on.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Poppy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. It's a question, really. Could you tell me the distance between the houses in the back of the houses in Prince of Wales Road to the extant scheme, please? Because obviously we've been looking at the scheme in front of us, which is the newer scheme. Could you tell me the distance? Because the thing we seem to be struggling with is the distance being offered now, which is very, very small. The extant consent obviously was looked at and decided upon, so that might be, but I don't know. I'd just like to know what that distance is
So
from
you
the
can
end
see
of
what
the
the
garden.
difference is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got to limit it on just a number of these things.
That's the difference. It's this one. It's place. It's not under the less than.
So I don't have the exact measurement, but the difference is minimal, less than a metre difference from the boundary. But the plan was different. So the original scheme displayed still, like you can see on that plan here. But the extent of the building extended along the whole extent and went past the Maltings building, so you can see there. So actually the massing of the building is different, so it's difficult to make a complete comparison. But we're not talking about a large setback between what was consented and what wasn't. It follows a similar arrangement, maybe slightly more, but we're not talking metres here. It's minimal, but we don't have the exact measurements. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments? Councillor Rideout.
Linda Rideout, Lynn Board. Kirsten, in your report, did you mention that the urban design officer was unable to support? Was that this scheme, particularly with reference to the Maltings Mews? Is that still the case or?
Those comments were received in the initial submission. We were unable to get further comment from the urban design officer on the revised proposals. So I analysed the impact of the revised proposal myself, based on previous comments from the urban design officer.
Okay. Anything else? I think we've just got the one proposal right now, haven't we? Which is to refuse it. I think members need to bear in mind that.
You need more clarification on the exact reasons. So
Yes, we would need to clarify the exact
Can I
reason, but first of all,
yes,
could Councillor Jones
sorry,
make a
yeah,
point?
Carol Jones, Mr Newton. I feel very torn on this one, and I completely feel for the people in Prince of Wales. But if a previous permission is granted and it's on the statute as being granted with very minimal difference, I just don't think this was going to stack up. If we refuse and it goes to appeal, I don't think we're going to be able to justify it. So my question is, are there any other mitigating measures we could use or put in as a condition to mitigate what the residents are going to be seeing in terms of any extra planting, or is there anything else we could condition to mitigate that at all?
Thank you, that's a good question.
Thank you, Chair. I think with the conditions on the obscure glass and the amount of alteration already has been to reduce the openings, I can't think of any other conditions that we could reasonably attach to the
high planting, tall trees.
The living room.
Drop it down. There was sufficient space to plant between them, but the gardens are very long and there is already planting that's been undertaken by neighbours because there already is an impact of the high density development on those gardens from buildings further away in Brewery Square. So I don't think we can suggest planting that would help. And I think design alterations have made the facade look much more attractive on that elevation, and we've reduced the windows as much as we can, and there's obscure glass. Amenity has been very carefully considered on each of those individual properties, and I don't think that we can come up with any further conditions right now, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, so you mentioned restricted opening. So we've got obscure glass. Is that the kind the windows can open but not throw them right open? Is that what you're describing? If not, could we look at that? Because that actually makes a big difference. Because if it's obscure glass, I'm talking about the overlooking here, and it doesn't help the massing. But if it's obscure glass and you can open the windows, but they're not windows where you could throw and stand and look into their garden, that would help. Could we do that?
We can condition. It's possible to condition. I don't think you want obviously non-opening.
No.
A condition on the degree of opening. You'd have to ensure that comply with building regulations in terms of openings. But on that condition, we could suggest that a scheme, the window provision, to be provided, which includes, so we have the obscure glass condition, and we could have a scheme for the provision of the window details to show the extent of opening restriction into where we can. Because that is possible to condition. I don't think about non-opening, but we can have a degree of opening, but we need to think about the wording of that.
But we're not going there because we're going to repeat.
Yeah, conditioning, Councillor Taylor, that's Chancellor Merrick again. Conditioning is the key. We've already discussed the frosting glasses, we said that. We're saying 50%, or you're now saying 100%. Where are we going with this? Because that's where you need to understand that, because that would be a condition which you would have to vote on.
Did you get the question?
Yes, how much of this glass?
I don't think we want 100% obscure, because the Pilkington grade normally say level 4, so that it allows sunlight to come in, but not completely obscured, because otherwise it would have an impact on the immunity of the people in the property itself. But yes, you're right, it has to be obscured to a level, but it has an impact. It's sufficiently obscured to prevent the overlooking that we're trying to prohibit. But yes, there's a range. We normally say level 4, which allows sunlight in, but it's still sufficient.
That's the entire side of that building.
Okay, thank you.
Is that right? Sorry, Chair.
Sorry.
Is that the entire side of the building that's we're looking at, overlooking Prince Road? That's condition.
There's a comment here that's significantly tall and what was approached in the original out of date application. So I'm going to ask that question. Fine. What was the original application? It wasn't approved.
3, 4, 5.
Chair, we could ensure that that's all of the windows on that elevation for half of it to be secured through the condition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Chair, there is Councillor Les Fry, Dorchester West. There is a comment on the officers' forms that the original agreed application is smaller than the one that they've got now, the approved one that's the one that's lapsed. Do you have the height of the one that's lapsed, please?
PV6 stands.
Significantly taller than what was proposed in the original out of date application.
So the top section here shows the height of the external commission. The element you see in the foreground, the white element, is the Muse housing, which was 11.7 metres above the garden level. The outline you see behind that was the larger zinc apartment building on the end, which was 15 metres in height from gardens. Whereas the lower section or elevation shows the current proposal at 13 metres above the garden level.
Still tall. Thank you.
8 metres higher then.
So can we move to a proposal? Or do you have that proposal ready? Councillor Nagy, would you like to just repeat that proposal?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose that we refuse this application on the grounds that it's overdevelopment, overbearing, and it's going to have significant impact of detrimental impact on the existing residents, especially along Prince Royal Road.
Thank you. Seconder?
Chair, can I just come in quickly?
Sorry. Yes,
apologies.
yes, sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I understand the impacts in terms of overbearing and loss of privacy through overlooking. The term overdevelopment, are you suggesting that it doesn't fit properly in the site? Because I think we need to be able to defend why it's overdevelopment when it clearly fits within the site. Yeah. So
that's fair. Thank you. But I do feel, so I'm leaning to one side of this thing. I do feel that this little parcel at the back there, they've built right up to that boundary.
Yeah.
That to me, maybe I'm wording it incorrectly, but I feel that's cramming it in.
I think that might be how you'd say that it may be overbearing in terms of it being built up to no boundary, but in terms of it being overdevelopment, in terms of the number,
it's not overdevelopment.
I we want to say that.
It's not overbearing. It's not overdevelopment. It's overbearing. That's the word you're looking for. Yeah. No, it's all right. They technical terms.
No, so that answers the question. Yes. Okay.
I'm happy to second, but Councillor's right. I'm happy to second. I would agree with all the comments said. I think it's where it's overbearing. It's fitted in so tight to that boundary line, 30 metres. I think all people have got a right to amenity in their rear garden, and to have that intimidating, dominating mass so close would impact on the quality of lives there.
Would you say that it was acceptable if there was a greater distance from the back garden?
I think greater distance or a two-storey building there would make a difference. Staging up into the main brewery square.
Yeah, but we have to consider the application as it is, not as we'd like it to be.
Is it again, it's maps and the facts like I really would like to see. Let's just make sure we are actually asking the right.
I don't think we can sustain.
The right comment.
Yes, sure. Understand. So just waiting for Hannah to come up with some terms here.
Thank you, Chair. I think the two reasons would be, and the exact wording, we'd have to defer not so we'd have to have a adjournment just to come up with the exact wording. But the 2 points that I'm hearing on the proposal are that the development would lead to unacceptable impacts on the residential immunity of the neighbours through loss of privacy and the overbearing relationship the development would share, contrary to EVN 6.
Right, that's.
Yes,
thank you.
Someone's for a short adjournment, shall
I want to know if we can sustain this. Like legal opinion.
The question.
So, Chair, sorry, can I just ask, just for clarity with Councillor Major, I wasn't sure with all the noise that was going on whether your proposal was maintaining a reason for a refusal on overdevelopment, or whether you were content, given the advice from officers that you were prepared not to include that in.
Yes, I'm prepared not to include that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have a short adjournment until 12:35. So everyone needs to return by 12:20. Okay, thank you, everyone. You'll ask Helen to say a few words about what she understands of the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. So the refused reason agreed, development would result in a significant adverse effect on the living conditions of the occupiers of residential properties in Prince of Wales Road through loss of privacy from overlooking and an overbearing impact due to the proximity of the development to the boundary of properties contrary to policy ENB16 of the West Dorset and Weymouth Local Plan and the NPPF.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayhew, what do you understand the proposal is?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, is that okay?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please can we put this to the vote then? So all of those in favour of this proposal?
Favour of refusal.
We have 5 in favour. Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Was that a vote? It's a right out. Had your hand up. Is that... Yeah. So got 5. So it looks like it's a draw.
Chairman, your voice.
To
any abstention?
Do we have any abstentions? No. Okay.
So you have to
It's up
vote.
to me to decide. I'm going to vote against it. Okay. And the reason is.
So which way is that? Which...
Right? I didn't need to give a reason. But anyway, I've just voted against it.
You mean you voted
refuse
to refuse?
Against refusing.
You voted against refusing it. So, yes, yes, thank you.
You're voting for the.
No, yeah, voted against refusal.
Against refusing.
Yes.
Yes.
No, that's right.
No, I know.
So of course, the next question that follows from that is obviously, yes, that proposal has been lost. Yeah, that proposal has clearly been lost in terms of voting against refusal. Councillor Jesperson, please go ahead.
Given that that proposal has been lost, Mr. Chairman, could I propose that we approve this application with the amendments that we have discussed? Because I don't want the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want the amendments to be lost. So could we propose that we approve this with the amendment for glazing for a window scheme to come forward, which includes glazed windows and partially opening windows, and a condition about the community use under the whatever it is. Yes, you know what you're nodding. The community use for the open space there.
Okay, thank you. And also another condition being ensuring that the cycle store is built to building regulations in terms of fire.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Could we, Chair, would it be okay to include that as an informative note?
Yeah.
Because
Yes, it
it's
would.
rather than a condition, it probably is better
Fair.
advised.
Fair.
That's
Yes.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, and just to clarify, the conditions would be the use, specifying the use that the community area could be used for, and restricting it to only that use. The obscured glazing on the rear elevation to all openings for half of the window in perpetuity, and a scheme for the provision of window opening restrictions on windows where possible.
Yep. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, just hold on a second. Got Phil to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, could I ask Councillor Jesperson to confirm that the reasons for her proposal are set out in the officer's report, subject to the additional conditions, and secondly, whether or not her proposal is that the precise wording of those conditions be delegated to officers, or whether you prefer to adjourn or defer to allow the detail to be worked up.
Thank you very much, Phil. That's a yes for the first question, as set out in the report. And yes, I'm very happy that the precise wording of those conditions should be delegated to officers.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody's going to second it.
No, that's all 5. So I think we can therefore
second.
look for a seconder now. Councillor Jones. So we now have a proposal to accept the recommendation from the officers to grant permission, but with amendments. Proposal being Councillor Jesperson, seconder Councillor Jones. So everyone in favour of the proposal, please vote. Five in favour. Those against? Well, it looks like I've got the casting vote again. So, for better or worse, I'm going to vote in favour.
Okay.
Shame, I think. It's a shame. It's a shame.
No,
I think if we could have sustained it.
You don't have to live
we
there.
could have sustained
Okay. So, application P/2022/05673 Motings Mews, Dorchester. The recommendation by this committee is that we accept the recommendation with some amendments. The next application is the listed building consent that goes with that, which is P/2022/05674, the listed building consent. I believe what we need to do here is to have a proposal, unless there are any questions. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Pottergreen.
Sorry, Chairman, no questions. I would just very much like to propose approval of this listed building consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor seconds it. With all of those in favour, please raise your hands. I've got 6 in favour.
Chair, we've got 7.
I've got 7. Okay, we've got 7. Against those? Against these votes? 3. There's 7 in favour, 3 against. Okay, so that recommendation is now passed. A recommendation of application number P/2022/05674 Motings Mews for listed building consent. Okay, so thank you everyone. So I think now we will take a 45 minutes break, which means we'll return here at 1:30. Sorry. Yes, so it'd be 3 hours at 1 o'clock.
So if we adjourn now, you need to take a vote and you pass through.
Oh, right, okay. So we're not yet after 3 hours.
Just for the mold.
Yeah.
But we're not adjourning.
No, I
we're
agree.
taking a break.
No, I thought she was going to give us another presentation.
Would you like to have me just take a break?
No. Sorry, Chair. The council standing orders mean that the committee needs to consent to the meeting going past the 3-hour mark. So my advice to the chairman would be that he asks members whether you're prepared to continue past 3 hours and then adjourns for the lunch break, as he's indicated would be 45 minutes. Thank you.
I so propose that we go past the 3 hours.
So you'd like to go to 3 hours?
Past 3 hours.
Yeah. So would you like to hear another application?
No. We're just.
Oh, you want lunch? Okay. Okay, fine. So,
Mr. Chairman, we're just proposing that we extend the meeting, which is just a matter of standing order. So I've proposed it, and then we have to vote on that, and then we break for lunch.
okay, thanks. Let's take a vote then.
All in favour of extending?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
taking over the meeting. That made it lunch. I can't.
Thank you, Chair.
Apologies for that bit of confusion.
Well done.
Everyone. Now going to resume the Northern Area Planning Committee. We're now on agenda item 9, which is application number P/2024/06275, Claim 6 Billy to demolish buildings and erect 20 dwellings. This is an application to amend plans of a current planning permission E/FUL/2021/05768. This will be introduced by Rob McDonald. When you're ready, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. This is a section 73 application to be varied in addition to the original full planning permission to demolish existing buildings and erect 20 dwellings, including access, parking and landscaping. The original application was granted planning permission under the delegated powers on the 16th of June 2024. This major section 73 application being brought because the officer recommendation to approve is contrary to the objection comments made by 6 Billy and the Parish Council. So section 73 application seeks to vary the plan test condition and approve these new plans to make material amendments of a slightly different design scheme to the extent permission. The nature of the development, including the number of dwellings proposed, otherwise remains the same. So the key material planning considerations related to the proposed changes are considered to be design layout and impact on the character of the area, national landscape impact, and impact on the neighbouring residential amenity. Here is the submitted site plan of the amended scheme, but what are the proposed changes relative to the extent permission, you might be wondering. Well, the applicants have usefully provided another site plan with the extent permission laid under the amended scheme. So the blue shaded boxes you can see show the positioning of the dwellings already approved, and then those outlined black lines are the revised positions of the dwellings proposed as part of the current application. So as you can see, the overall layout remains the same as the extent permission, same number of dwellings proposed, and each dwelling would remain sited within the same identified plot as the extent permission, with only subtle adjustments to the footprint and position, no change to orientations. Detailed elements of the scheme, such as the attenuation basin, hardness on landscaping, surfacing materials, boundary treatment, street lighting positions, can all continue to be controlled by reimposed conditions. So the next series of slides just show the elevations of each plot to illustrate the changes in the visual appearances. So the black and white drawings you'll see are dwellings that have already been consented, and the coloured drawings are those proposed under this section 73 application. So you'll see as we go through each dwelling with the amendments, all essentially finesses the visual appearance of each of the dwellings. So this is plot 1 you can see on the screen. And very few changes, subtle change to the porch at the front, rear ground floor openings, and there's an additional upper floor window on the elevation here. Plot 2 changes, tidies up the front and rear elevation appearances. I can come back to these. So plot 3 changes, gable, there's now a gable feature at front of the dwelling. This was the approved front elevation, this is the proposed now. So there's a gable feature now projects about 40 centimetres, just make out here. Forward, there's a porch change, lift carport canopy, additional window on the upper floor west elevation, changes to the rear openings. Plot 4, additional small door on the front, there's a porch change, carport to the east side, and some improved rear opening treatments, and the bay window on the side elevation. Plot 5 and 6, rear elevation opening changes and some minor change to the bay window on the side. Plot 7 and 8, again, just openings on the front and rear, and there's the mission now of the decking, which is going to be on both of those. Plots 9 to 11, the most significant change for this one is splitting what is a group as a terrace road now into a pair of semi-detached houses and a detached house. But just only make applications like that. The gap is quite narrow between the two, so still have similar terrace like effect when looking at the front. There's also changes to the front and rear openings and porches. On 12 and 13, side and rear elevation change slightly. Plot 14 changes, there's a gable feature as well. Now, change the porch, the armshaw window on the south side elevation, rear opening changes, and slightly lower decking. Plots 15 and 16, it's a slightly taller ridge height to accommodate now some habitable loft space in the roof, and there's now going to be some roof lights front to mirror plots 5 and 6 on the opposite side of the road, and then some other changes mainly front and rear. You see the big dashed line that just shows you where the height, ridge height of the standard mission is relative to the proposal. Plot 17, this one has a marginally taller ridge height as well, modest gable projection to the rear. See, various changes to openings. They swapped over the east and west side ground floor, some rear changes and the chimney added to this one. Plot 18, the porch change, carport added, window changes on the front and rear and sides, including the upper floor. Plot 19 is the same house type as plot 18 that we've just seen. Most significant change to this one is there was a roof single-story rear extension element that we changed to a two-story gable projection of a lean-to single-story. And there's a porch change, carport added, window changes, each elevation. And then finally, plot 20, there's now a gable addition at the front. The carport and changes to the porch and various other window changes. There's some street scene drawings. You can get a sense of the levels across the site and how the buildings would step up the slopes of this back lane. It's sloped up towards the northern part of the site. The amended scheme will continue to exhibit strong traditional building forms and locally appropriate materials, avoiding overly suburban characteristics and ensuring the development will have a good variation and assimilate well within existing build form and the village envelope. The indicative proposed materials of brick and timber are all recognisable characteristics of the variety found within the village and are therefore appropriate in this regard. The final details of those can be continued to be secured by condition. In terms of national landscape impact, the designation washes over the whole village of Sixton County, and by fitting within the village envelope on a an allocated site, the Stand Permission was deemed to have an acceptable impact within the national landscape. The overall design and visual appearance of the amended dwellings architecturally finesses the scheme already presented and provides an overall higher quality visual improvement. The introduction of veranda elements, carports, improved porch details are all sympathetic and welcomed. As mentioned, the layout is not materially different with each dwelling site within the same plot as the extended. There's no proposed changes to street lighting, and so subject to conditions, the amended scheme would also have an acceptable impact within the local landscape. And seek to further ensure the national landscape would be conserved and enhanced. During the course of the original application, the national landscape team did raise concerns about light spill potentially resulting from development in an area that recognised as a dark sky reserve. Plots 5 and 6 of the Stand Permission are currently the only units with roof lights facing into development. These would remain. Similar small roof lights now proposed will be mirrored on plots 15 and 16, again facing into the development. In the context of the whole site and surrounding existing village envelopes, any additional light spill effects would be minimal and not considered adverse. In terms of impact on neighbouring residential amenity, you can see hopefully from the plan on the screen, it's clear to see that the positionings of each dwelling are more or less the same as the extent mission. And thus the separations with neighbours are very similar, with only very marginal differences that do not materially affect the impact already granted. The impacts have already been deemed acceptable through the extent mission. Conditions ensuring that some of the windows on the proposed dwellings can be obscure glazed, fixed shut to minimise disturbance are still relevant and can continue to be imposed. And those windows are listed into the recommended reimposed condition 23. The minor ridge increases to plots 15, 16 and 17 but not significantly increases sensitive overbearingness or loss of light. And buildings would remain of comparable scale. So on the whole, subject to conditions being imposed, the proposed minor amendments to the development would continue to be designed to minimise general disturbance to residential community. As details of the final boundary treatment, details are recommended to be re-secured by condition to reduce the impact of overlooking into 12 Little Lanes garden and southern elevation windows from a large footway link connecting to the lane itself. The applicants agreed to erect a 1.8 metre tin fence on the inside of the boundary. So you can see this is the current boundary at the moment, so concrete wall, and there will be a 1.8 metre fence running along this length here. So on the whole, subject to the conditions being imposed, the impacts on residential community would be accepted. In terms of other material plan considerations, the assessment with the original commission accepted that no harm was done to any heritage assets, and the amendments do not affect that conclusion. The housing mix has altered slightly as a result of the amendments, but would still comprise a good mix of 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses appropriate to the local plan area. The proposed access points and layout of the internal roads would follow the established permission. The required visibility displays and widths would remain to ensure it would be acceptable for refuse vehicles and curbside collection. The 2 metre footways retained throughout the scheme with acceptable crossing points, and the link to the Little Lane also retained. And then biodiversity plan was submitted and conditioned as part of the extent permission and secures that each plot would integrate back bird and bee measures as well as UN translocated hedgerows. As the layout of Section 73 would be the same as the extent permission, it's accepted that the original biodiversity plan is still relevant and can continue to be conditioned. Just in terms of affordable housing provision and other planning obligations, the original application was accompanied by a couple of rounds of viability appraisals, each time independently assessed by the district valuer. The conclusions drawn out from the final viability report indicated that it would not be viable for the scheme to secure the full policy compliant figure of 15% affordable housing and other contributions. However, the district valuer did indicate that it would be viable to secure 5% affordable housing equivalent to 1 unit, as well as some financial contributions. Still, as it's very unlikely that a registered provider would have interest in taking on just 1 unit on the site, the council accepted that an off-site affordable housing financial contribution of equivalent value would be more appropriate, and that agreed figure was 44,500, which was agreed and secured through the completion of a unilateral undertaking. The council therefore accepted that a maximum viable off-site affordable housing contribution had been demonstrated through a viability report in accordance with the development plan, and then PPF clause 3.4 of the legal agreement ensures that the deed also applies to any section 73 permissions in the same way it applies to the original permission, and therefore the original unilateral undertaking will continue to secure the obligation. Just for information, the applicants provided some very recent photos at the site illustrating that the extent permission is in the midst of being implemented. The access point and terminal road are being formed, as well as the elevation base for these. Just to summarise, the proposed development will continue to comprise an appropriate quantum and mix of housing on the site within the settlement boundary, so the settlement envelope of 600 Hadley. Development since 2002. Housing on site would contribute towards the housing supply delivery within the Dorset Council area. The scheme would be sympathetically designed and would conserve and enhance the landscape and scenic beauty of the national landscape. There'd be no harm to heritage assets. The development would include suds and of course flood issues. It would also not result in any severe impacts on highway safety, and residential immunity would not be disturbed. A legal agreement has already been completed and remains in place to secure the maximum viable provision of off-site affordable housing contribution and off-site financial contribution towards biodiversity compensation. There are no significant or demonstrable adverse effects to indicate that the amended scheme should be refused. So for these reasons, the Section 73 application to various decision 2 recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. Please can I ask Robert Hiscock to speak? You have 3 minutes. I'll give you a heads up when there's 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Hiscock and I'm the homeowner and resident of 12 Lidfield Lane. I'm here today to share my concerns over the original grant of planning permission and the proposed VOC for the development bordering my property. The nearby Frogmore development of 7 bungalows has been discussed as a committee from the outset. In contrast, this development of 20 houses was delegated despite 10 objections affecting 13 existing homes, 29 consultees, ongoing concerns from neighbours and a development of approximately 3 times the size. Why was this delegated to a single case officer despite strong and continued opposition and significance of this development? Despite the claimed separation distances, plots 1 through 4 look directly into our private garden and windows. Our privacy and amenity have been lost by this development in its current format. Alternatively, alternative smaller housing styles are needed, preferably bungalows. This has already been changed and approved for the nearby Frogmore development. Bungalows are far more in keeping with the local housing mix of almost exclusively bungalows and could provide the required privacy and amenity. The Suds water basin system seems to justify the location of plots 1 through 4 with no regard for the amenity and privacy of our home. If the location is fixed, plots 1 through 4 should be redesigned and relocated to afford our property the privacy and amenity required. Over the 3+ years of this application, the entire development has undergone many significant changes, including housing styles, quantities, and a change of architect. Revised plans and the officer's report state that all plots have moved locations with significant changes. This completely undermines the original grant of permission upon which all consultees base their professional judgments on. You cannot pass something and then simply move the goalposts. With regards to affordable housing, the case officer's own words included, the proposed housing mix would not comply with estimated figures, and any changes would make the scheme unviable. Policy DES 11, all new developments should respect and enhance their local surroundings. 2-storey houses and the proposal of a wooden fence does neither. At our own cost, we've already planted our own native hedge around our property that will take years to fully establish and provide the privacy needed. Having already destroyed the native hedge for a new roadway and to meet policy DES 6, we propose that the developer does the same along our 2 boundaries. Other plots on site have had conditions imposed upon them, such as obscured glass and fixed windows, yet no such conditions have been imposed that help protect our amenity. Before granting permission, I kindly ask the committee to consider these shared concerns and the impact on the Sixpenny Hanley residents, and to continue the discussion to protect existing amenity, privacy, and our AONB. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now please ask Matt Allen to speak for the agent. I'll give you a heads up when 30 seconds are left.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. Oh, good afternoon now. My name is Matt Allen. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Director of Pure Town Planning. I'm here today speaking in support of this application on behalf of the applicant, Stanborough Construction. The planning officer has explained the full details of the proposed changes under this material minor amendment to you in his opening presentation. I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the quality of the officer's report and thank Mr. MacDonald for the professional way he's handled our application, worked with us throughout this planning application process. overcoming initial concerns raised by internal consultees. The amendments which have been made have resulted in a scheme which is fully supported by your planning officer, their team leader, and the council's professional consultees. And now just to briefly outline the main considerations why we feel planning permission should be granted today in line with the officer's recommendation. Firstly, looking at the principle, the application site has been allocated for residential development since 2002 under the SAVE policy Chase 6 in the East Dorset local plan. As you've heard, planning permission was granted in June last year for the erection of 20 dwellings. Our clients purchased a site with that extant planning permission and have now implemented it, as you've seen on screen, and wish to make these minor changes. Secondly, character and appearance. The alterations proposed on this minor amendment application relate to subtle adjustments to the footprint and position of each dwelling, as well as the design and fenestration enhancements, verandas. The planning officer's gone through each property in detail to explain the changes, and he concludes the overall design and visual appearance of the amended dwelling are an improvement over those already consented and provide an overall higher quality development. Your officer notes as the amendment scheme continues to exhibit strong traditional built forms and locally appropriate materials, which ensure the development would assimilate well within the existing built form and the village envelope and not jar with the overall character of Sixpenny Handley. Thirdly, amenity. At paragraph 16.37 through to 16.74 of your officer's report, the case officer has very diligently reassessed the impact of the development on all of the potential affected neighbouring dwellings surrounding the site, again, with regards to these amendments. It's been confirmed by your officer because the distances to neighbouring properties have been retained and the spatial relationships have been maintained from that of the approved scheme, together with the levels and the intervening boundary screening, that these amendments would not result in any significant harm by virtue of overbearing or overlooking impact, thereby safeguarding neighbouring amenity. Finally, highway safety. The proposed access points and layout of the internal roads have been followed the extant permission and the required visibility displays and widths remain. Initially, there was an objection from highways. However, following submission of amended plans, reintroducing a footway and including suitable crossing points, the Highways Authority now have no objection to the development, which provides safe provision for pedestrians.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Councillors, in conclusion, the applicant is a local developer who's building high quality, beautiful family houses in Dorset for many, many years. This scheme provides the opportunity to help the council meet its housing targets, deliver 20 new energy efficient 2, 3 and 4 bedroom family dwellings of good architecture whilst not conflicting with the development plan. Therefore, I hope you agree with the officer's recommendation to grant permission and vote in favour of approval today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Could I now ask Councillor Stuart McLean, who is a member of Sixpenny Handley and Pentridge Parish Council Planning Committee. I'll give you 30 seconds as a head up.
Thank you. My name is Stuart McLean. I'm a member of the Sixpenny Handley and Pentridge Parish Council, and we thank you for the opportunity to raise our concerns and objections to the variations proposed by the applicant. Initially, we had 2 objections, but we're pleased to note that the applicant has rescinded the proposed removal of a safe access pavement under threat of non-approval from Dorset Council Highways Department. However, we remain concerned that the proposed changes to property elevations and other building variations encroach upon the amenity and privacy of our parishioners living adjacent to the development in St Mary's Close and Littlefield Lane, respectively. We respectfully submit that the applicant's variation proposals to the original approved plan represent a significant and not minor variation to the elevation and site location of the planned structures. Specifically, it appears that some 8 properties will overlook existing residences at number 12 and 14 Littlefield Lane. The new properties are very close to the existing homes, and we would suggest, in fact, they barely meet accepted separation distances. We're disappointed to note that despite previous correspondence and requests to the developer, that there's been, as far as we can tell, minimal or no discussion with affected parishioners to answer their concerns. The application contains no information or proposals on what screening or other measures they will provide. We also note that it appears that plots 15 and 16 are now to be effectively changed to that of houses of 3 stories, resulting in significant increased overlooking and overshadowing of 2 properties at numbers 16B and 31 St Mary's Close. This seems inconsistent with recent elevation conditions imposed on new properties in St Mary's Close adjacent to plots 15 and 16. It's difficult to understand how the applicant can properly articulate the proposals without providing clear and unambiguous details of how they will provide acceptable and suitable measures to protect affected residents' privacy and amenity. It's our view that these significant variations to the site have not been supported with sufficient evidence of how the privacy and amenity of existing residents will be remediated. We ask specifically that more work by the applicant is now done to ensure that these changes do not push the existing approvals, which frankly are just within margin, to becoming unacceptable, unfair, and not in the interests of proper planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Please can we move to questions? Does anyone have a question? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Taylor, St Mary, and Vice Chair of this panel. 2 questions really. First of all, regarding the first speaker, we're looking at the overlooking of property. That's what was stated in your statement. Have we got any indication on the site plans to see whether or not this is actually a problem? Which one exactly are we looking at?
That's the site plan there.
Yeah, which is the house, we've got that one there. Yes. Well, there's an overview there. And they're saying by the second speaker, the practice that we have actually overview of other properties as well, especially being 3 stories, which I understand. Where would that be indications? Whether that be long barrels?
I believe, I'll just get the elevations up. 16, isn't it? So these are plots that the was which would slightly to the ridge heights than what's been presented with some roof space. So you'd probably say that'll be 3 stories.
Okay. And the third question, sorry, Chair, is the fact that the dark skies. I think windows and roof thatch are against the dark skies policy. I might be quite wrong, but we think that, and we've asked for the lighting systems over the estate. Is that? I can't see it. So what exactly is being proposed for the lighting status of the estate? And also, are those windows against dark sky policy?
Rob, go ahead.
Street lighting wise, for recollection, there is going to be street lighting. I think it's 5 columns through the internal road. There's street lights in the adjoining sort of building. Not as a character in that sense. Policy about roof lights. Off the top of my head, I don't think there is. I want to call there being a policy that explicitly says no roof lights in the national landscape. Try and check, sure, but
can you do that? Can I come back to that?
Our development plan doesn't have a policy that says you can't install roof lights. The assessment would be, are they acceptable in the national landscape, so that they don't have harm to the dark night skies issue. So it's a balance to be struck between, having additional accommodation here and protecting the dark night skies, and that's part of the attributes of the national landscape, particularly in the Cranbourne Chase national landscape. I think Rob has explained that the additional roof lights are inward facing and would be set in the context of the envelope of the village. So the assessment is that these would be acceptable. Based on Rob's assessment, but it's part of the balancing the significance of the national landscape and the policies we have there. But there isn't in the development plan a policy that says you cannot have roof lights. But we try to design them out where possible if there's going to be an impact, and these have been assessed due to their location as having an acceptable impact.
Yes. The question of the 5K conversion thing. Actually, the other day, I see how bright these things are. Is that same key to the rest of the village of the light voltage? And come back to privacy in a moment.
There are a lot of street lights
of that K.
What
5K.
5K, I didn't say 5K, I'm sure you mean.
Oh, I thought it was
Sorry,
5
5 volumes. Sorry, not 5K. I don't know what I meant. Yeah, 5 volumes. 5.
Yeah, my apologies, that's not there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, a question here just to for clarification, because I can't see the planning history in this report here. I'm sorry if I've missed it. But the question was raised by the resident speaking, who asked a direct question. So I'll just share that so we can get a direct answer. This application was decided on delegated powers. Is that so? Can I ask the question, why was this application delegated? It's described here as a major application, and given that one was delegated, why is this one here? But I mean, very glad it is here before the committee, but could we just explain as much as anything else for those for people listening how that comes about? Why was the previous one delegated? Thank you.
So yes, the previous application was delegated because it didn't meet the scheme delegation criteria. That was a major application to the parish council.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can't hear what the gentleman was saying. Could you speak a bit louder?
Is that better?
Yes.
The previous, the previous application was the examination was delegated to because it meet the scheme delegation triggers, even though it was a major application. So there were two rounds of consultations from parish council, both supporting the application, which wouldn't have been contrary to the recommendation for the Royal Land Commission. So there was no contrary to trigger there. No member called in. So that's why I was delegating the decision. This time round, however, there was an objection from the parish council.
Okay, so there was no objection to the principle of this from the parish council. That's helpful to know. Thank you very much. And that clears up that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rideout, Rob, can I just ask, is there, we heard from the resident, number 12, and I can understand because you've got 4 properties sort of directly facing number 12 and 14, forgotten, off Littlefield Lane. Is there anything that can be done in the landscaping the scheme to soften that boundary between and the envelope?
Between this boundary, I'll just sort of point on that. Do you mean this boundary here?
Yes. Yeah.
In terms of soft landscaping, unfortunately, the question was asked with the applicant whether there would be space to put a hedgerow or something along there to have a soft boundary treatment. Unfortunately, there isn't going to be room for planting to work there, and also have this footpath link here, which is quite key for the connectivity of future occupants trying to get up into the high street up the lane. So that's quite an important link there. The best mitigation we could agree on was having a close boarded timber fence along there, which would be achievable and secure a degree of that screen.
It's gone.
Okay. Any other questions? So we move on to debate. Anyone like to make a comment or proposal? So, Councillor Jesperson.
Well, in the absence of anyone else, given that what we're being asked to consider here is the variation of conditions rather than the total application, I'm struggling to see. I mean, I'm cognizant of what the residents have said. They don't like the scheme, but we're not actually being asked to consider the scheme. We're being asked to consider the variation of condition. And I'm struggling to see any grounds on which we could refuse those variations of conditions. So I guess I would propose that we accept that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Major?
I think that's fair. That's a fair conclusion. So I'll happily second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a proposer, Councillor Jesperson, and a seconder, Councillor Major, to take on the recommendation to grant planning permission subject to conditions for application number P/VOC/2024/06275. All of those in favour, could you please vote by show of hands? I think we have 9 in favour. We have nobody against. So this recommendation has been approved. So thank you very much. We can now say this one is approved. The application number P/VOC/2024/06275 at Back Lane, 6 beneath Handley. Now we move on to the next application, which is so I'll give it the number P/RES/2023/05768. It's land near Station Road, Stallbridge. It's a reserved matters application to rent 130 dwellings, open space and road access. And Hannah Smith is going to introduce this for us. Thanks when you're ready.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the reserved matters in relation to following on from the outline application that was allowed here for 130 dwellings. So the principle of developing the land for 130 dwellings is set, and we can't change that. And the section 06 that was agreed at the outline stage covers all the community infrastructure type payments, and that's also set and would carry on. So the matters before us today are reserved matters of appearance of the dwellings, landscaping, the layout and the scale. So this is the application site here, outside the settlement boundary of Stallbridge. You can see outlined red here. Looking at the sites in a little bit more detail, you can see that the access was actually granted at the outline stage, and that's the main access is off of Station Road here, which you'll see in a minute. You can see the existing town and the surrounding areas, mainly the employment site, which bounds the site here. You've got the trailway, the North Dorset Trailway, which runs along here, and you've got a residential property located in this location here. So this is just the block plan. You can see in a little bit more detail the surrounding development. So this is the proposed layout of the scheme. But it has gone through a number of amendments since it was submitted, and it has been fairly challenging to get the amount of development on there and ensure that the layout was satisfactory, because we can't change the amount of dwellings there, so you have to fit the 130 on there. So the amendments have sought to achieve the best layout possible, with the amendments showing a perimeter block type layout. So the dwellings share a good relationship to the streets, with good active frontage through this perimeter block type approach to the layout. You have open space around the edge to lessen the impact of the development, with the main area of open space in this location here, with the play space, the leap, shown in this location here. The application provides in terms of the landscaping to show additional tree planting. So there are concerns from the Town Council and the Landscape Officer about the amount of trees in the streets. And we have sought for revisions to get extra tree planting in the streets, but because of the layouts and how many dwellings need to be fitted into the scheme, it's difficult to provide lots more planting in the streets. But there has been compensation for this around the site's boundary, where there's a good level of tree planting to soften the appearance of the development around the site. And it is a balance that needs to be struck in terms of tree planting in the streets. So on balance, it's considered to be acceptable. So looking at the appearance of the dwellings, this is a 2-storey dwelling, so it's revised through the course of the application to show some additional details on there. So it's porches and different dressings for the appearance of the dwelling. So quoins, which are fairly locally distinct, use of render, window dressings and porches, and some of the properties do have chimneys on there. That was a comment from the town council that the elevations were didn't have enough detail on them. So the applicant responded to that to show a different mix of materials and chimneys on some of the units here. You can see on these ones there's a mixture of brick and render. And again here, porches. And window dressings and quoins and flint on this unit. And these are the 2.5-storey units, which follow similar materials with a mix of brick and quoins and render. And this is a 3-bedroom detached unit with porch and chimney. And again, the same unit with different materials, facing materials. And this is one of the units with a front projecting gable and dressing around brick dressings. And here there's a red brick with carport. So in terms of the scale, the predominantly 2-storey units, and there are some 2.5-storey units, and that was a concern of the urban designer in relation to the impact of the scheme on the surrounding countryside. So the 2.5-storey units, where it's 2 stories with room in the roof, are concentrated in the centre of the development, with none of the 2.5-storey units towards the outskirts to ensure that the impact of the development is acceptable. So there only be 2-storey dwellings around the rural edge of the unit, so sort of this scale here, as you can see. But it does provide some variation through the scheme to have these sort of townhouse type units, but they are concentrated within the centre of the scheme, which you'll see in a minute on the building heights plan. This is another indicative street scene. This is the buildings materials plan. So you can see there's a good mix of materials through the site to provide some variation. So we've got red multi brick, buff brick, 3 different brick types, some render and quoins and brick detailing. And again, with the roof materials, there's a mix throughout the site. So the variety of materials adds to the interest. This is the building heights plan. You can see that most of the dwellings are 2-storey, that's the orange units. And then there are some 2.5-storey, which are these pink units here, concentrated around the central block. And the garages are 1-storey. So in terms of the scale of the development, it's considered to be acceptable and respond positively to this quite rural edge location. This is the proposed tenure plan. There's a change to the plan list. So this is an updated tenure plan, which actually shows the affordable housing located in a better way throughout the scheme, because it was the rented units were slightly concentrated in this block here. So the applicants responded to that and provided a new tenure plan, which shows the rented units in purple spread through each crimson block, shared ownership units in yellow here, and the open market units in turquoise colour. And obviously considered that it's a good mix of tenures throughout the site, and that the appearance of the dwellings are tenure blind. So you can't tell the difference between the affordable units and the open market units. But please note that that is a change to the plan that was in the agenda. This is revision J that reflects this updated tenure plan. In terms of the highways and general arrangement, the access was allowed at the outline stage, at the appeal stage. So that's fixed, this main access here. And this shows the general highway arrangement through the site, the main roads, which facilitates this perimeter block type development to the proposals. There's no objection from the Highway Authority on the scheme. This is the plan that's been submitted to show the ecological enhancements. There is a condition on the outline which requires the reserved matters to update the biodiversity plan. And this plan has just been submitted following a recent walkover of the site to ensure that the ecological baseline is the same as the outline stage. This was a few years ago now, and it has been confirmed by the applicant's ecologist that is the case. And these are the ecological enhancements that are proposed, and they will be conditioned as part of the application. You can see there's a mixture of back boxes, split boxes, house martin bricks, back bricks, barn owl boxes, bee bricks, and hedgehog scabs. In terms of the site, this is the view from Station Road, from street view, looking across the site. So you can see it's undeveloped at the moment. But as I say, the principle has been established for this application appeal. This is the view from Station Road approaching from the west. This is the nearest residential property, the neighbouring dwelling, which when you're approaching from the east of the site. These are a couple of extracts taken from the outline application of the LDIA, showing looking across the site back towards the town. And this is the view looking northeast across the site from the business park adjacent to the development site. So in terms of the key planning considerations, the principle of the development has been accepted at the appeal. The external road layout and parking is considered to be acceptable. The amount of parking, although this was raised by the Town Council, is considered to meet the parking standards. Design and layout is considered to be acceptable with adequate bin provision, which would be curbside to serve the development. The landscaping is considered on balance to be acceptable, and the biodiversity enhancements also considered to be acceptable. So the application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions that are listed on the screen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Okay, now we've got a couple of speakers. We have the agent, Laura Black. If you go ahead and speak, you have 3 minutes, and I'll give you a heads up that when you've got 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Laura Black and I'm an Associate Planner at SLR Consulting, supporting the applicant Hampshire Homes in partnership with Astor Housing Association for the development of land at Station Road in Stallbridge. The application is a reserve matters submission, meaning the principle of the development and the access have already been established, and so this submission is only seeking the approval of the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. The development comprises 130 new homes, open space and landscaping. We are really pleased that the proposed development has been recommended for approval by your officers, who we have worked with throughout the application process, alongside the consultees, to prepare this detailed reserve matter scheme that is before you, which, if approved today, will enable the delivery of well-designed and much-needed new housing. A variety of building materials have been carefully chosen to reflect the character of the local area, including the use of slate grey and cottage red roof tiles, brick and render on the elevations, as well as brick coins and diamond detailing. A variety of tree, shrub and hedgerow planting is proposed throughout the site, including along the streets to soften and create an attractive new development. Additional trees were added in response to consultee comments, and root cells have been incorporated to ensure trees can grow successfully within hard landscaped areas for the long term. The proposed development would provide multiple benefits to the local area, including much needed housing, including a mix of 2, 3 and 4 bed homes, 52 affordable homes, which equates to 40% of the overall development and is therefore policy compliant, provision of a link to the existing trailway footpath to the west of the site to enable a more direct pedestrian route to the town centre, public open space and landscaping throughout the site and an equipped play area, economic benefits both through employment during the construction phase and long-term local spending by future residents supporting shops and services, and SIL and Section 106 contributions, including financial contributions towards community, leisure and indoor sport facilities, education, local healthcare, libraries and biodiversity and local nature reserve mitigation and maintenance. Supporting this proposal will enable the delivery of a high quality development of 130 new homes in a sustainable location and will integrate well within the surrounding area. We therefore respectfully ask that you support your officer's recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Please can I ask Councillor Paul Hancock to speak on behalf of Stourbridge Town Council. Councillor Jan. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jan Wardow, Stourbridge Town Councillor, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Town Council this afternoon. Whilst we acknowledge that certain of our original concerns have now been accommodated, we still have three principal concerns relating to the reserved matters. Firstly, under the issue principle of development, having been established for up to 130 dwellings, we question why there was an automatic assumption that the maximum number could be accommodated within this site without any consideration to have fewer dwellings. 130 dwellings gives a figure of 23 dwellings per hectare, more dense than necessary in this location in Stourbridge, and more than that of the ongoing David Wilson development in Lower Road, which is 20.5 dph. Opening up the development by reducing the number of dwellings would allow for more green space centrally and additional trees, a greater representation of the rural environment of which Stourbridge is part. So Stourbridge would like to see a reduction in the number of dwellings built on the development, reducing the DPH to a more rural level. Secondly, Stourbridge Town Council has expressed a desire to include an element of retirement accommodation on the estate, the footprint of which would not be too dissimilar to the existing plans. Hampshire Homes has suggested it is not part of their business modelling and has dismissed this fundamental requirement for the town. So we would like to see a number of retirement properties with communal gardens within the proposed development. The design of the internal boundary areas to the development should be revised to avoid the apparent segregation of future residents from the rest of the town by providing a perimeter path and linking it to that with the already planned for access to the trailway. Other new developments in the town have well-defined perimeter or through paths, allowing permeability both within the estates and with the existing areas. These paths provide interconnecting, unrestricted and accessible routes to local amenities, as well as being used for outdoor recreation for all residents of the town, improving both mental and physical health and providing the interaction necessary for a welcoming town. Connectivity and social inclusion with the rest of the town is extremely important for all of the residents. We should not be encouraging the development of an isolated out-of-town settlement. So basically, we would like to see a defined path around the perimeter of the development. And finally, possibly not a concern
3 minutes
here, Stourbridge Town Council is concerned as to why the existing 30-mile-an-hour speed limit has not been extended further along Station Road. And we hope to continue discussions on this with Dorset Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've now moved to questions. Councillor Jesperson.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll start off with the big question that must be on everybody's mind. The permission has been granted for up to 130 dwellings. I'm going to disgrace myself now and say that that permission it's extremely disappointing. It's very, very difficult to see how 130 dwellings could ever fit on this site and have an acceptable layout. So my question is, I understand that the permission exists for up to. but that doesn't oblige us to accept an application. We could say that we want fewer, or do we not have the opportunity to have that dialogue?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's a really good question. The upstream figure is slightly misleading. We don't have the option to say the outline was granted for too many dwellings and we want to see 100 here or 110 here. We did put forward the argument as appeal that the indicative plan showed fewer dwellings. Obviously it's only initiative, but it's there to sort of guide. We made that point to the inspector at the appeal, but the appeal was allowed up to 130, so that's what we need to accommodate on the site. It doesn't mean that we can't look at the layout and whether it's acceptable or not, whether it functions as a layout. We can't throw back from the figure of 130, unfortunately, because it would definitely be beneficial if there was fewer dwellings in terms of the open space and getting more planting in. But I think that the revisions that the applicant has carried out has got it to the point where it's the best thing it can be within the constraints of the quantum of development allowed at Hill.
Okay, if I could just come back on that then. So that's really helpful, thank you, because I think then we know the parameters in which we're discussing this. So our job as a committee is to see that we make sure that we get 130 houses on this site in the best possible layout that we can, rather than, yes. And could I just, while I've got the microphone, just comment, just in case there's anybody here who doesn't know Marnell, it was referred accidentally as a town. It is, of course, a village, and this is in the countryside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chair. Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Just clarification, there is a link to the trailway. Is there other links to other footpaths in the area? I see one off of the Leap. I'm not sure. Where is that one?
Thank you, Chair. There's a link to the trailway in this location here. And then there's the main access from the site. Because of the employment site, it's difficult to get further linkages along here. But yeah, we do have the link shown here and the main entrance to the site. And that's reflected in the proposed layout.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Again, I'm going to answer my question as well. The link to is there a pathway link all the way around this for the village? It seems as if it's been cut up a bit from that on there. Can we go in? Thanks, Steve.
It's difficult to make out on the plan there. It even shows it, but the outline consent required a new footway to be provided, a new 2 metre wide footway from the entrance to the site along the southern side of Station Road, linked up to the existing footway network.
Right.
So that's another link through.
I don't think you can see it.
Village centre or town centre, whatever we want to call it.
That's really kind. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Firstly, I can only assume my colleague James Vitali, who is the ward member, is lying in a darkened room in utter despair, because I would be if this was in my ward. I've never seen anything so crammed in my life. What I would like to know is who will be looking after the green spaces, and can the Leap be transferred or be considered to transfer over to the town council for maintenance and looking after, because sometimes they just don't get looked after and they don't get maintained properly. So can we condition that at all if it's not been in the paperwork already?
Thank you. That's all set out in the Section 106 agreement, so I don't have it to hand. So it will either be that it goes to a management company or it will be offered to the town council, but that is not for us to reassess now. That's set out in the Section 106 that applies to outline consent. We always try to ensure that there's the mechanism for the space being offered to the town or parish in the first instance, but we can't insist on it if the developer says no. I don't have to get the agreement out to know what the mechanism is in this case, but that has already been established through the outline. We don't have this is just the conditions discharge stage, so the reserve matters, and we can't revisit that now.
Okay.
Any other questions or points? Councillor Rideout.
Councillor Belinda Rideout, Greenwood. I have one concern, one big concern, and that's to do with the lead and its positioning. I know the police picked up on it, saying about surveillance. And I know that the houses on the west there, they do face towards the lead. And there's a little bridge. Is that like an attenuation pond or a ditch that it goes over?
It's a swale, so it's part of, yes, but it wouldn't be a basin like the basin in this location here, so it'd be a smaller compression than a basin, but yes, part of the drainage.
My concern is that's quite remote where it is. And I know from in Gillingham, we had a leak. And we had to take all the trees away so there was good surveillance, and that was slightly remote. And I'm a bit worried about that group of trees there on the bend of the swale. Just cutting off that surveillance from the houses. I mean, is that something that could be relooked at, perhaps?
It can't be amended now because this is the scheme in front of us, but I think it's that balance between ensuring there was sufficient planting because it was lacking in the streets, and ensuring the open spaces were pleasant and had sufficient planting, and the location of the leak, which was fairly limited where it could go with the amount of open space there is, and it is situated in the best piece of open space in terms of functionality of that area and using it. And there is some surveillance from these properties here and in this location here. It's considered to be acceptable, but it is, I take the point that it's not got as much surveillance as you probably would want, but on balance, it's considered to be the best location for it when you look at the pockets of open space that can be provided, and the fact that this area's drainage and the rest of the open space areas are not sufficiently large enough to accommodate it.
Okay, any others? Shall we start the debate? Councillor Fothickery.
Thank you, Chairman. Val Fothickery, Gillingham Ward. I have huge sympathy for our planning officer here, who I think has worked really hard. It's sort of Silk Purse and Sousier come to mind, and I don't think it's possible to do a good proposed layout, given the 130 dwellings that you have to fit in. We needed twice as many trees, didn't we? The NPPF says you should ensure that all new streets should be tree lined. Well, got no chance with this because there's too many dwellings. The landscape architect and the senior urban design officer are both unable to support this, and you can understand that too. I think it's a really poor design, but without laying blame anywhere here, I think it really is poor. If we'd have had less housing, more open space, more trees, it could have been somewhere that we might have all thought would be a nice place to live. As it is, this is in front of us, and I don't want to support it at all, but I don't suppose we can refuse it, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chairman. Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. I concur with my colleagues' comments there, but we have what we have. I don't like the quantity, but the quantum of development, but that's already been established, and I've just got to get the best layout that we can here. So I'm not too happy with the leak being where it is, but I guess the planting could be adjusted later on if this goes through today. Can I please ask with render, if this does go through, can we have good quality render? The best, so we don't have that awful leaching. Particularly what I am happy about with this application is 33 SWIP boxes. Yes, and 33 house marked boxes, and all the other things, and that's really good. It's a plus in my mind, but I think in this case, I reluctantly have to approve this application.
Jim. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Jesperson.
I think we can refuse this application, and I'd like to suggest some grounds on which we might do it. Our job here today, we can't get rid of the 130. Our responsibility here today is to get the best possible layout we can, because once we've approved it, that goes forward forever and ever. And what we're looking at now is one of those planning developments that in 10 years' time, in 15 years' time, we will drive by and hang our heads in shame if we let such a poor development go through. It has to be better than this before it becomes acceptable, in my view. So I would like to suggest that the grounds on which we might refuse it are, first of all, on grounds of scale. This is outside the settlement boundary, inside this, but it's still a rural location. So I think that the scale of having 2.5-story buildings is completely unjustified. You don't need. We've been looking at great towering buildings in the middle of Dorchester. This is not at all like the middle of Dorchester, and I don't think that we should be accepting 2.5-story buildings just to cram even more people into this very small space. So I think it is. On grounds of scale, there are too big and too. The dwellings are not. There's no need to have 2.5 stories. I think it's overdevelopment of the site as a consequence of having 2.5-story buildings there. I think the layout is crammed. I understand why you've come to put all the green space on the outside to soften it, but the result of that is that all the dwellings are crammed into the middle in what I can only call a very urban layout. That's not a typical small town or North Dorset layout at all. It's a very urban layout because it's just straight lines. So I think that the layout is really quite poor. So I don't think that that layout is acceptable. So I think the layout is crammed. I think also under layout, the location of the leap, as has been said, there is insufficient surveillance of that leap. And what we can therefore fairly easily predict is that in due course, those trees will be cut down, because there's no point in putting a leap. We know this is where children play, and we know that that should be in the centre of this development where it's overlooked by surrounding houses. That's absolutely basic to a good layout, that the children's play area is where it can be seen by the families using it. This is fundamentally wrong where the leap is placed. In terms of the landscaping, I understand that you've put trees around the outside. I get that, but I think that the number of street trees is too few. It's far fewer than we would normally specify. So I think the landscaping is unacceptable on the grounds that there are not sufficient trees in the street scene. I think with so few trees, such small gardens, all the houses crammed in like that, the green space all on the outside, what we have there is a very urban, dense layout, and I think we're in danger of creating somewhere that's really not very nice. And with a little bit of effort, we could send this back. And I know it has to be 130. I've understood that, but it doesn't have to be this 130. We can do better than this. Surely we can. So I would like to propose we refuse this development on grounds of scale, layout, and landscaping. And I'll take any advance on that.
I actually concur with Councillor Gibson on what she just said. Is absolutely way overdeveloped on there. The only thing we're missing off here is that it's 130 houses. It's also 260 cars.
Yes.
So we've got possibility of evolution as well. So therefore, I would like to second your recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
She
apothecary.
Sorry, no, I was seconding.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. So I just want to get Anne to make sure we've got the right understanding of the proposal.
Yes, sorry.
In terms of the scale, it is in relation to the 2.5-story properties. They're located in the centre of the site. So I think I need to understand what's unacceptable about, unacceptable about having 2.5-storey dwellings in this location here, in terms of the procedural reason.
Because I think that they contribute significantly. Having 2.5-storey buildings, having 2.5-storey buildings there, which are not essential to that, to having the 130, contributes considerably to the whole sense of overdevelopment of the site. It's going to be really difficult to get 130 dwellings on this site, and if some of those 120 are 2.5 stories, that compounds the problem. So that's why I think it's on grander scale and over. Bungalows would be nice, but we know from past experience we can't specify bungalows. But that was my rationale for that.
In terms of the overdevelopment, we've talked about the quantum already being established. So in terms of the refusal reason for overdevelopment.
Well,
in relation to the layout point rather than a point on its own.
It was in relation to the layout, because what we so I mean I might not mean overdevelopment. I might just mean layout, because it's to do with the fact that all of the houses are crammed into that square space in the middle, and so the layout is poor. So probably not overdevelopment.
And insufficient surveillance belief.
Yes. And landscaping, the insufficient tree.
Landscaping was too few street trees.
That's right. Yes, and scale was the 2.5 stories, which adds to the sense of cramped.
Thank you more. Harry Cooper, Windermere North. I concur and support all that, because to me it looks like an urban development in a rural setting, and as it said, that the play area and all that should be in the centre of that development, not on the outside. So I fully support it. Support the refusal.
Okay, thank you for that.
I understand the 3 points. If members are happy for us to put the wording together based around those 3 elements.
Okay, do you need a short adjournment?
You have to. With those points. Yeah. If you want to adjourn. No, that's 3. We haven't got 3.
Oh, have until 3. Okay. We'll have a short adjournment until 3 p.m. Okay, we are now resuming the meeting of the North Area Planning Committee. I believe that Hannah's put together a proposal. Just need to see that it is correctly understood. When you're ready, Hannah.
Thank you, Chair. So there's three reasons. First, the relation to the scale of the development. The development fee for creating 2.5-story dwellings that failed to relate to the surrounding development and result in a scale of development that would lead to an overtly urban appearance and cramped form of development, which would fail to improve the character and quality of the area within which it's located, contrary to policy 24 of the local plan and the NPPF. The second reason relates to the layout. The layout would result in a cramped and urban form of development, and the leak would fail to have adequate level of surveillance to be well located to the surrounding buildings, which is contrary to policy 24 of the local plan and the NPPF. And the third reason relates to landscaping, and that would lead to the proposed layout fails to provide sufficient street trees, so it fails to integrate the development into its surroundings, contrary to policy 24 of the local plan and the NPPF.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, that
okay.
Very nice. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And Councillor Taylor, all good? So we have a proposal and a seconder to refuse this application on those grounds. Proposer is Councillor Jesperson, seconder Councillor Taylor. So everyone who's in favour of that proposal, please vote. You have 9 in favour, and I don't think you have any against, and don't have any abstentions. So the recommendation, therefore, is to refuse this application. Number P/RES/2023/05768, land at Strawbridge off Station Road. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next agenda item, number 11. This application number E/HOU/2024/06236, Post Office House, Church Road, Bradford Abbas. It's the removal of a shop front and to replace it with a traditional casement window. To be introduced by Cass Warman. Yes, okay. Thank you, Cass. When you're ready, go ahead.
Good afternoon. So, for those of you who have not seen this site before, it came to committee in May 2022. This is a former shop and post office in the heart of Bradford Abbas and the conservation area. So, as a summary of how we've got to today's application, I'll just go through the site's history, which is pertinent to consideration today. So, the top image shows the site in its heyday, probably prior to COVID. But following the closure of the post office back in 2012. Following COVID, the shop closed again in 2021. Prior to that, it should be noted that there were a number of periodic closure of the shop and the TV at that site, so it's had a slightly knotted history. So following the closure of the shop in 2021, the site was advertised for marketing as a mixed use of commercial and residential. That failed. There was no commercial physical phrase was found. So the application was brought to committee in May 2023 for a change of use from a mixed use dwelling house to shop to a full dwelling house only. That was accepted by the committee at that time, as they accepted the commercial supporting information that was presented at that time, that no business operator was found. There was no village shop committee for the parish, and that was not something that had come forward at that time, so it wasn't seemed to be a viable option for any community commercial use going forward. And in that time, from the closure in 2021, there have been no efforts to make the building to be a community asset. So in May 2023, the building was changed from a mixed use from a shop and dwelling house to a purely dwelling house. So hence today we have a household application to remove the projection shop front. Prior to this application, pre-application advice has been sought by the applicants and conservation officers have been consulted and they have visited the site. They indicated that during those conversations that the principle of removing the shop front is
acceptable in principle as it has been identified that projecting shopfront is a modern addition. So to demonstrate that, here's some photos. So the projecting shopfront at the bottom left of that photo clearly shows, if you can see it, that it was also a notice of report, that it's uniform block work, buffing colour, and laid in uniform block work style. We think it's probably precast concrete. Yeah. So here are some more photos showing it in close up. It's uniform block work and it's actually bordered by some block work as well. And then this photo shows the difference between the original framework with the original quality at the bottom, and then compare that with the regular style cuts at the top. So this is a modern edition. And going back to some historical photos that have been submitted in support of the application, the application is in the distance, before the white building, and you can see the canopy, but no projecting shop fronts. And here's an old photo showing the canopy above and no shop fronts with a window and a door and a post box. So the proposal is to remove the projecting shop fronts, retain the original canopy, and the post box remains in situ. Post box is currently in use, following an application to Royal Mail to close it, but it is still there. It would require permission from the Royal Mail to remove that post box. No such application has been made and have been assured by applicants. No such application is proposed because it forms part of the issue of the site. And to show that, we're just showing those in the plans and getting us a photo of that post box that is in situ and will remain as such. So a final application is made, so the proposal will result in a change in appearance of the building. The assessment of this change on the character and appearance of the conservation area needs to be made. The building is not listed, but it does contribute to the conservation area, and the site is specifically mentioned in the conservation area appraisal. The building is a contributor to the conservation area for its appearance to be a vernacular building, but specifically mentioned in the conservation area appraisal for its use in associations as the former post office. The associated post office has been lost following the closure of the post office back in 2012. The associated use of the shop has now ceased. The shop closed in April 2021, and then the following change of use to purely residential dwelling in 2023. Therefore, the contribution the building makes to the conservation area as a shop has already been substantially reduced as a result of the former use being lost. So, following on from this, the loss of the modern shop front is not considered to result in a harmful impact on the character of the conservation area, considering the fact that it has been proven that projecting shop front is a modern addition, and the original canopy and the porch would be retained. The association of the building as former post office is retained by the retention of the current George IV post box. The ownership of that would be Royal Mail, and it would require Royal Mail's permission to remove. There is no such application. We are assured that it will be retained. The building is still of this house. Therefore, the use and association of the building within the village core as a former post office is maintained as far as possible, taking into consideration the loss of the former use of the post office and the loss of the former use of the shop. It is therefore considered that there will be no harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area from the loss of the modern shop front. The original canopy will be retained, the post box will be retained. So therefore, in conclusion, the removal of the shop front and the installation of a flush fitting timber window that is in accordance with the vernacular style of the building would be in accordance with the character and appearance of the building, and in combination with the retention of the head canopy, retention of the post box, the proposal would result in no harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area, and what you call the policy M4 of the local plan and the NPP. Therefore, the application recommended for review from subject to commissions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cass. Please could I ask the applicant, Mark Roche, to speak? You have 3 minutes and I'll give you a heads up when 30 seconds are left.
Chairman and members, good afternoon. We are grateful to the planning officers for their positive and concise report and the recommendation to grant our application. As you heard, in May 23, Northern Area Planning Committee granted our change of use application from mixed use to solely residential. Since that change, we have continued to maintain and restore this building. We are its custodians, and we do have a huge responsibility to take care of this property and preserve it. Our application demonstrates our dedication to this building and the commitment to the conservation area. Objectors have made the following 3 comments. UPVC windows should not be in keeping with the conservation area. There is no mention of UPVC windows in our application. Removal of the post box. Our plans clearly show the retention of the post box. It is of historical importance and it will remain within the fabric of our property. Works have started on the frontage. There's no works. Works have not commenced on the frontage of our home. Objectors also state loss of shop frontage destroys reference to the building being a former post office. The 2019 Bradford Abbas History and Heritage Information Board, which is located just 18 metres from our house, does not include any reference to the former post office. However, we have established a reference to the historical past of our home by the retention of the post box, and our home is also called Old Post Office House. The former use and association of our home within the village is now clearly maintained. Our application provides for the sympathetic restoration of the original post office frontage with a flush-fitting timber window to match the adjacent window in style. The removal of the modern frontage would provide considerable energy savings and have a positive impact on the conservation area. Members, Old Post Office House is a residential dwelling with a redundant modern shop frontage, which is not in keeping with the conservation area. Our restoration will greatly enhance and improve the appearance of the conservation area. We respectfully ask that the committee agree with the officer's recommendation to grant our application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask Councillor Robin Legg to speak, who I believe is speaking remotely. Are you there and able to speak?
I am, Chairman, and can you hear me?
I can as well. I believe we can all hear you. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, briefly, we're not arguing for whether or not this property is or becomes a private residence. That issue was settled in 2023. There was an initial concern because the original plan submitted did not show the retention of the post office post box, which is a George V 1934 post box. And there was concern, obviously, that the removal of that would damage the historical reference to this building formerly being a post office and a local village store. I think that the key issue here is whether this building, once this renovation is carried out, I'm sorry, can you hear me? There's a lot of noise coming over the. There's a lot of other noise coming over the.
Yes, it's good. We can hear you fine. We can hear you fine.
Right. Okay. The key issue here is whether the historical reference to this building is properly shown by this particular window. And if you look at the photographs which are submitted as part of this report, you will see very clearly that there is a existing block work to the new, what's described as a modern shop frontage. I'm sorry, there's an echo coming, Chairman. It's very difficult to talk over this without getting an echo interfering with what I'm saying. Can you hear me now?
Yes. We can hear you. I suggest you turn your own volume down for the moment.
Well, okay. I'll try and speak more quietly then. The issue is that the blockwork which is shown in the photographs have a clear reference to buildings which are already in the village. There are only 2 in the village which are built with that style of blockwork at the base of the window. One of them was purchased by my parents in 1960, and I think this particular extension to the property was carried out in about 1959, 1960. So the issue is this a modern addition? It's about halfway through the life of the building, which was built in 1889. The second point, Chairman.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairman. This is absolutely hopeless because there is a continual sound coming over, but as a kind of echo. The key issue is if you look at the paragraph which reads, the proposed window would match the adjacent and respect the style of the window that was there previously, then that is completely incorrect. You have to look at the 1954 and 1955 photographs to see that's not true. It's a question about the level of the sill of the window. It's a much deeper window on the original building, and what you've lost here is any reference, Chairman, to the what you've lost here is what you've lost here is
I think he's on the tape.
Yeah, I think Councillor Legg, we'll have to stop. I think you've made your point.
Well, no, I don't think I have made my point, Chairman. And the real problem is it's because of the way in which the technology is working, I'm afraid, and it's extremely distracting. And
that's why we don't allow people to do that remotely.
I'm really sorry about that. I think you need to fix that outside of the meeting. Okay, but thank you very much for your contribution. Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any technical or salient questions?
No.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. Very quick. Could you go back to the slide that shows the proposed shop front? Or shop front, but the proposed front. Okay. So that okay. I just wanted to see that compared to what the one was before. Yeah.
Would I be right in thinking we need to look at the original shop front going back to 1959 or whatever, the proposed one, and where we have been in between, when it was the post office. Proposed.
It looks very similar to me. Oh, yeah.
Councillor Major.
You still got an echo here.
No, could you turn the thingy down again? But yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if Councillor, obviously he was quite distracted by whatever issue he had there, but from the argument he put forward that I took, he was arguing that what's there is now, what is there now should be kept because of its significance. But the picture I saw earlier clearly showed a modern concrete fake stone block. So I don't really see what the argument is, personally.
Thanks for Jessica.
I don't have a question. I thought we were.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'll wait.
Yes. Councillor Rideout. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Right, Linda Rideout, Billing Board. I understand what the applicant's trying to do with this application. I also understand Councillor Legg's concerns, and I'm sort of mixed between because, yeah, the new window doesn't replicate the 1954 photograph, which I think it would be really nice if it did. On top of that, and I've done this at home, I've replicated an Edwardian window, but I've also put in a dummy door. And if we want to sort of have that connection with the old post office, it would be quite nice to have a dummy door and the window side by side to put it back to how it was in 1954. But that's just my opinion. But I'm still very aware. I think that the windows proposed in this application should be deeper and the lower sill.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, I understand that point. I understand. I think we are in danger of over-egging this. This is not a listed building. It's in a conservation area. The changes that are being proposed would, in my view, and in the view of our conservation officer, improve the conservation area, not detract, not harm it in any way. We also have to bear in mind that this is now somebody's home, and it's just unreasonable, speaking as someone who lives in a listed building, and I won't share with you my heating bills as a consequence, but it's just unreasonable to say to people, we've allowed you to turn it into a home, but we're not going to allow you to make it comfortable and easy to heat. So having allowed this to be rightly allowed this to be turned into a residential property, I think what they're asking to do is entirely reasonable, and I think we should support them, because it's clear, or it's clear to me from listening to the owner speak, that he cares very much about this property and he's not looking to do anything damaging. I see no reason not to support it. I would like to propose that we support this.
I would like to second that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jones.
Yes. For goodness sake, we're 75 years on from that, and it looks so much better than it does. I mean, it's horrible now. Let's let the foreman do his house up, live there happily, pay his business rates, and move on.
It's
Councillor Pothecary.
Thank you, Chairman. Val Pothecary, Gillingham Ward. I concur, obviously. I'd be happy with the proposed windows as shown, or a smaller paint one, which would be a reflection of the original one. Either way, it's got to be sympathetically done, and from everything I've heard from the applicant, as long as it's not UVPC, which it won't be, and the post box remains, I have huge confidence that the gentleman will do everything sympathetically. Thank you.
Okay, just so that I understand clearly, are you saying that you would recommend the proposal to go forward to recommendation by the officers?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Just one other thing as well. This concrete block that we're looking at, I take it we're going to be replacing it with proper stone.
Stone, I think.
Yeah, we're going for the proper stone, aren't we? Not that.
Just hold on a second. Just verify that. It is that to go for proper stone.
Yes,
Oh, yes.
that it must match the existing one.
Thank you.
Could I just come
So
back?
Pothecary.
Bearing in mind, Chairman, that this is a conservation area, and I'm big on conservation areas, and I think as long as it's sympathetically done and real stone is used and real wooden windows go in instead, I think that's the best we could do for conservation area. Thank you.
Let them get on with it.
Thank you. I think we have a proposal and a second, don't we?
Yeah.
So would all those like to vote in favour of this proposal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think. Yeah, 9, none against. So I think this has been unanimously carried. Therefore, application number P/8024/06236, Post Office House, Church Road, Bradford Abbas, DT9 6RF. The recommendation by the committee is for permission to be granted. Now we get to our final application, and that is P/FUL/2022-03334 93 Newland, Sherborne, Dorset, and that is to erect one dwelling and to create new access. This is to be introduced by Jamie Francis.
Got a problem with the internet.
Oh, it's you, Hannah Smith is going to present it. Thank you. Oh, we've got a problem with the display.
I'm going to share that again.
There we go.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application to rent one dwelling within the development boundary at Sherborne. So this is a slide that shows the site in its wider context. You can see the application site is located here, been built form of development in relatively good proximity to the town centre of Sherborne and train station here. It's considered to be in a sustainable location. So in terms of the constraints, some of the main constraints is the fact that the site is within the setting of a number of Grade 2 listed buildings, predominantly the host building here, 93 Newlands, but all of these dwellings that have red stars on here are listed buildings. The site is currently used as an extended garden area to the rear of the property, which you can see here. It's sectioned off from the immediate garden and surroundings by walls. Those accesses off of the avenue, and the road runs north-south on the map here, you can see here. In terms of some photographs, this is a photograph of Newland, which is characterised by Georgian architecture, Grade 2 listed buildings closely fronting the edge of the road with dwarf walls. This is a picture down the avenue, and you can see that the development will be accessed from and facing the lane, which is this side of the road, which is larger dwellings in larger plots set back from the road, whereas you've got more immediate dwellings to the road with those enclosures on the other side of the road. As you can see from this aerial photograph, the detached dwellings placed similarly along Newlands, you can see along here, set in larger plots. So the proposal to put a dwelling in this area here is not considered to be out of character with the prevailing grade of development in this part of Sherborne. And the new dwelling would mimic the pattern of development seen along the avenue with access to off-road parking with a detached dwelling behind. So this shows the site and the location of the proposed dwelling. So the access would be through the wall here, forming a new opening onto the avenue, with the dwelling in the rear area here. So you can see this, it's still be set in a generous plot in relation to the host listed building and relate well to the surrounding listed buildings, including the listed buildings. So the wall is courteously listed along the edge of 93 Newland, which is the white Georgian building visible on the edge corner plot here, and the dwelling will be further up along behind the dwelling over in this location here. So this is the old garage door opening, which is close, immediately adjacent to the actual listed building itself. And it's proposed that this existing access, which is substantial in terms of visibility, would be closed off and bricked up with a suitable stone to match the existing dwelling. So it would actually lose an opening here, which is overall a benefit to the immediate setting of this listed building. It's not characteristic and it's not particularly nice as opening here. So that would go and be blocked up. And that's proposed as part of a planning condition. So the new opening will be made further north along the wall at a greater distance from the listed building. So this is an elevational drawing of what it would look like with the infilled wall in this location here, where there's currently an opening, and a new opening formed here. And further along though, this picture just shows similar openings that are already in existence along the avenue. This is the next plot to the north, so it'd be a similar sub arrangement to this. So with adequate visibility to serve the new property. So in terms of openings, there's already a number of existing openings along here. So it's already characteristic that it's not a continuous wall with no interruptions. And it's considered that this new opening would be constructed in a sympathetic way, which would be acceptable overall. Overall, the Conservation Officer considered that the changes to the wall and the erection of dwelling would result in less than substantial harm to the wall and to the setting of the conservation area. But this it's the opinion of officers that the less than substantial harm would be outweighed by the public benefits of blocking up the existing access and providing a new dwelling in a very sustainable location. So this is looking across the site where the dwelling would be located. It's generally a site that's lawned with some small trees and bushes, but none of any significance. So this is the wall between 90p Newlands and the side on the left. There's another view across the site of the garden area. So this is the proposed site plan. So there'd be room here for adequate turning and parking and room for free cars to park within the site and turn so they can exit the site in a forward gear. The proposed dwelling would be laid out here and takes a sort of traditional Georgian form and appearance to tie in with the historic buildings in the locality. This is the elevation, so it's traditional Georgian type porch and proportions with synthetic materials and detailing. There's a condition on the proposed materials to ensure that they've been keeping with location sensitivities. This is the plan showing the end gables where a small single-storey addition to the side. So in terms of residential amenity, it's considered that the design has responded to that. The northwest elevation doesn't have any windows at first floor to prevent overlooking of the dwelling to the north. The other dwellings are a sufficient distance from the first floor windows, for example, across the highway. Therefore, there will be no unacceptable overlooking of surrounding properties. This is just the floor plans here. It meets sufficient size and light standards for the size of the unit. So many of the representations have raised issues around flooding, and there are surface water issues around the site. Since the report was written, one further representation has been received from a resident that had already commented before, also again raising issues of surface water flooding. So this was looked at by the officer who wrote the report and dealt with this application, and advice was sought from our lead local flood authority in relation to the surface water issues around the site. These surface water layers show surface water at a high level. This application was accompanied by a site-specific flood risk assessment, which indicated that the site itself is not at risk of surface water flooding. Therefore, there's no requirement to apply the sequential tests to the site in terms of flood risk. It's understandable, though, because of the existing surface water issues in the area, this is obviously a real concern to people there. And the flood drainage team, whilst happy with the fact that the site was not at risk of flooding, have suggested a drainage condition to ensure that the drainage details are acceptable, because the scheme will result in an increase in hard surfacing across that site, and it needs to ensure that the surface water measures adequately mitigate any additional runoff or issues to ensure that there's no increase in flooding elsewhere, which is the policy requirement, that the site is safe for the lifetime and that the risk of flooding isn't made worse elsewhere. Sorry. So this is another flood risk layer adjusted for climate change on the mapping. Again, this is from a broad data set provided National Environment Agency. So as I mentioned, the applicant provided a site-specific flood risk assessment which demonstrated the site was not at risk from flooding from any source. This was presented to the Council's flood risk engineers, and they agreed with the findings of the technical data that was submitted to support the application. So just a little bit more about flood risk here, because obviously the representations have raised concerns with this issue, and it's obviously a real local concern. I think the important thing to note is that this scheme can't resolve existing issues. We just have to be satisfied that it doesn't make the situation worse and it can drain satisfaction and be safe for its lifetime. There's lots of information there, but basically it's not considered that the sequential test needs to be applied to this site. And with the drainage condition, officers are satisfied that there's no further risk issue with the proposals. So the sites within the nutrients area in terms of the hydrological catchment of the Somerset Levels Ramsar, which means that any new development with overnight accommodation has to mitigate against additional phosphates into the system, basically. So we have recently two new Section 33 agreements which have been agreed, which actually allows developers to buy credits from third-party credit providers, which are located. These two are located in the Somerset area. So there is a solution for nutrient neutrality for sites that can't mitigate on their own site now. So you'll see on the list of conditions that there's one proposed that requires that these nutrient credits are purchased prior to commencement of the development, and provided that's done, that will mitigate the impact on the Somerset Levels Ramsar catchment and make the application acceptable in relation to nutrient neutrality issues. So in terms of the recommendation, the application is considered to be in a very sustainable location. So the principle of the developer as well as going to do is it's acceptable in terms of our local plan. It's not considered to be any significant harm to the residential community. The heritage impacts are considered to be outweighed by public benefits in this case. The proposal is considered to have an acceptable impact on the highway network, and it wouldn't increase the risk of flooding elsewhere. And there's no material considerations that indicate that the application should be refused. So recommendations to grant subject to the conditions in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Hannah. Okay, we now have three members of the public who would like to speak in objection. First, I call Nikki Rawlings. Everyone has 3 minutes. I'll give you a heads up.
Press something.
You have 30 seconds left. If you'd like to sit down and press the button on the right, and then it should work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for letting me speak. This is not simply about giving planning permission to one house. It's about what matters, our heritage. The NPPF says great weight is be given to safeguarding of heritage assets, considering them an irreplaceable resource be protected for future generations. Their preservation is a national public benefit. We need to balance the benefit of housing against any harm, but for a listed building, the weight of harm considered is at a higher level, and so there has to be a much bigger public benefit. Here we're talking about an amazing 12-foot stone wall, much enjoyed by so many in the town. It's a popular route to 2 schools, to the doctors. Many children and old people feel safe on that pavement by that unbroken wall. We can never build another. It would cost too much. It forms the boundary of a medieval burgage plot, which historically outlines the evolution of the medieval town and its plan. To allow a building there will erode the character and value of our wall. The proposed driveway is much larger than the infill, so we'd lose even more of it. The poor decisions of openings further up the wall on a lower section do not set the benchmark for the wall, especially as this is a far bigger and more impressive part. The conservation area and its listed buildings are so important to our historic town. Any harm must have convincing justification. One house worth over £1 million has very little public benefit. It definitely isn't sufficient to outweigh the harm caused by sticking a new house in the immediate settings of listed buildings and demolishing our historic wall. This proposed design intrudes on the listed building settings of both 91 and 93, as it impacts how they're seen from the road, from the garden and the buildings themselves. These settings are part of the context of listed buildings and are an important part of our national planning policy. They should be preserved or enhanced, section 12, paragraph 2 of Heritage Law 1990, and not divided up as proposed here. If it is allowed, it sends a message that heritage doesn't matter to all of us who diligently look after our listed buildings, including my neighbours who face flooding issues and yet battle to conserve their buildings. The original decision was for a listed building consent and was decided without the main planning application. It does not seem to take into account that the planning balance is weighted in favour of heritage. Indeed, the NPPF states great weight needs to be given. We're all surprised that a single house could possibly regard as sufficient benefit to offset the damage to our beautiful listed wall and the setting of the listed buildings in it. I hope our heritage assets matter to you as they matter to us and that you refuse this application.
Thank you very much. Please could I ask David Marr to speak?
Chair, members of the committee, I also strongly object to this planning application. The applicant claims that this development will, I quote, better enhance the strength of character within the conservation area. In my view, this simply is not true. The site is surrounded by listed buildings whose historic character is defined by their gardens, mature trees and local wildlife. A new build in this location will significantly diminish that character, bringing no public benefit to the conservation area. This proposal will severely impact the privacy and amenity of at least 4 neighbouring properties, particularly the barn house. The first floor windows positioned less than 3 metres from the boundary will directly overlook this property, harming residents' privacy and amenity. The application fails at all to mention several large established trees on the site, despite their legal protection within the conservation area. These trees contribute significantly to the visual character of the area, and their removal would be an irreversible loss to the local environment. Worse still, their removal could destabilise the 3.5 metre listed stone garden wall that divides the properties. Additionally, a wildlife pond, also not referenced in the application, has been filled in, destroying a legally protected habitat for newts and frogs under the Wildlife and Countryside Act. In my opinion, the omission of the trees and pond from the application was deliberate to avoid ecological scrutiny. Flooding is another major issue. The applicant's environmental report states that the site is not at risk of surface water flooding and that no mitigation is needed. Local residents would strongly disagree. Surface water from the avenue has already caused repeated flooding in 4 Grade 2 listed houses on Newland, with 2 homes being flooded 4 times between 2021 and 2023. The report also ignores the Cold Harbour footpath, which channels rainwater downhill directly onto the avenue. With no drainage in place, this development will only worsen flooding risks for surrounding homes. The National Planning Policy Framework is clear. Clause 170 states that development should be directed away from risks of flooding and must not increase flood risk elsewhere. Clause 181 reinforces this, stating that planning authorities must ensure developments do not worsen flood risks. In conclusion, this development is detrimental to the character of the conservation area, harmful to wildlife and the environment, and damaging to neighbouring properties. It offers no public benefit and is wholly inappropriate in scale and function for this historic setting. This proposal clearly contradicts national planning policy and gives the council strong grounds to refuse the application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please could I ask Brian Coles to speak?
Do I press on the right hand side?
It's on already.
Okay. My name is Brian Coles. I live at Rathgar, across from the applicant's property on the avenue, and object to the following. Sherborne is renowned for its rich heritage and historic character, which would be negatively impacted by the creation of a vehicle access through a Grade 2 listed historic stone boundary wall within a conservation area. The loss of this significant heritage asset will cause substantial harm, especially for the sake of building a single private home. The applicant states that the new entrance is to replace an entrance closer to Newland. However, the new entrance will be considerably larger, causing the destruction of both the line and the integrity of this historic wall. It's government policy to increase social and public housing. This application to build a single private house for private benefit undermines those objectives. Another concern is the impact of traffic. The avenue is busy on weekends, weekdays and Saturdays, with parking restricted to the east side due to the narrow road. The proposed driveway across from parked cars will worsen congestion at the narrowest part of the road, increasing accident risks and obstructing emergency vehicle access. The avenue is frequently used by pedestrians, including school children and those with mobility scooters, as it leads to Cold Harbour, footpaths, schools and a doctor's surgery. The west side is safer with fewer driveways. Limited parking led to the applicant proposing a 3-car driveway, but this will endanger pedestrians, increasing accident risks and blocking safe passage. A further objection is the impact on neighbouring properties. The application will impinge on the privacy for neighbours as it will overlook immediate neighbours, as already outlined. The important concern with this application is flooding. During the rainfall, the avenue becomes a fast-flowing river with water rushing south towards Newland. This poses a significant risk of worsening the existing flooding issues. The application directly impacts biodiversity. Was a biodiversity assessment conducted before the pond was filled in? Does the council believe that one bird box and one bat box can adequately mitigate the loss of substantial biodiverse land? All our concerns demonstrate that the proposed application fundamentally contradicts several key provisions of the NPPR. I strongly urge Dorset Planning to thoroughly consider this application and reject this application, as the decision will not only impact on us, but on the future of Sherborne and its historic integrity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, can I ask the agent, Mr. Stefan Pittman, to speak?
Good afternoon. The dwelling is designed for the applicant, who will complete a self-build for personal reasons, including the need to remain close in town where his wife's residential care home is, allowing capital release of fund for the care. The applicant is retired and his wife suffers from dementia requiring 24-hour care. The dwelling is designed as a multi-generational occupational home. The proposed dwelling suits an established pattern of development to the west side of the avenue. The proposal is in a sustainable location under planning policy and is considered not to cause any significant harm to neighbouring amenity. There is no harm to heritage assets, and indeed the listed building consent aspect of this application has already been granted for the opening in the boundary wall. The scheme is supported by the Conservation Officer. The proposed building is approximately 45 metres away from the listed building. The proposed building takes reference to local architectural features. The Council's flood risk management team concur with the surface water flood risk report and propose a condition prior to commencement for the on-site drainage scheme. Our specialist flood risk engineer has advised that the site sits on oolite limestone, which is very permeable material. Soakways and permeable paving is confirmed to be very capable to deal with all on-site surface water drainage, thus not increasing any flood risk elsewhere. As architects, we also led the design at Sherborne House, which is nearby in Newland, and were also able to manage all on-site surface water through soakaways. Flooding is experienced on the roads, which are clearly impervious, but our scheme will have no runoff from the site. Biodiversity has been considered with the on-site surveys and submitted report. A condition is proposed to enforce the proposed enhancements for ecology on site. The vehicular access into the site is shown to comply with highways requirements, and Dorset Council Highways advise they have no objection and that the width ensures no impact from on-street parking or use of the highway. For these reasons, we consider the proposed development appropriate and compliant, and we hope the Council and Committee vote favourably.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have any salient questions? Councillor Pothecary.
Thank you, Chairman. Val Pothecary, Gillingham Ward. Given that this is a full application and not just an outline, I was concerned to hear a comment about possible overlooking. We haven't actually looked at the building very much. Is there a picture we could see that shows the nearest residential and possibilities of overlooking, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is the these are the elevations. So both the gables would have no first floor windows.
Right.
And then fronting Newlands would have these two first floor windows, and at the rear, this first floor window arrangement. So looking at the lot plan, which is fine for you. So you can see here, this is the arrangement of the dwelling. So the nearest property here, there'd be no windows at first floor, no windows at first floor here, and then first floor windows at the rear and front of the building.
So that's a considerable distance, isn't it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, can I just clarify the point about the hole in the wall? As I understand it, because we've got comments in our reports about the conservation officer's view, though I note that the conservation officer's view appears to me that this will be at the harm to the significance, and the conservation will be trying to find where it says, but I think it said at the lower end of substantial harm, and relatively modest contribution. So that's interesting in itself. But there already is listed building consent for the modifications to the wall. Is that right? So the modifications to the wall could go ahead anyway.
Oh, thank you, Chair. The wall's listed, so require planning permission as well. But we have, through the listed building consent, say that those alterations to the wall were acceptable in listed building terms.
Okay. So would it be reasonable to say then we're principally concerned about the house and the flooding and the biodiversity and so on, given that there's
the listed building application didn't include the dwelling, so that was only purely looking at the listed building.
Exactly, that's right.
But whilst they still need planning permission to alter the wall, the listed building consent did consider the impact on its significance and found it to be acceptable. But we do have to, as commentators have said, attach great weight to preservation of heritage assets and their setting. So that's in the context of the NPPF requirements in our local plan. So we need to be satisfied that the public benefits of this scheme, so blocking up the existing access and the additional dwelling, outweighs that harm to the setting that would occur to those listed buildings and the setting, the conservation area.
Thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Councillor Jesperson asked my question. Thank you for the answer. It's cleared that up. Mention was made by a resident about tree removal.
That's what mine is.
Is there any tree removal in this application?
Thank you for the question. There's some small some vegetation along the boundary that needs to be removed, and there is actually a landscaping condition on the consent, but new planting is shown on the proposed plan here. So a new planting condition could be incorporated into the list of conditions to ensure that this planting that's shown, new planting that's shown, is undertaken, and officers consider that would outweigh the loss of the vegetation on the site, which is predominantly smaller trees and shrubs.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jones.
No, Chair, mine was on trees as well.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Major.
Thank you, Chair. There was several comments there from residents saying there was an existing pond, wildlife pond, filled in. No rules, unless it was protected, of course. But looking at that previous picture of Dock Lane, from a horticultural point of view, that's my forte. I'm not that concerned as much as the wildlife haven goes. It's mostly flat cut lawn, which isn't very ecologically valuable.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions. One is about archaeology. Will there be any archaeological surveys on the wall to find out if there is anything historic importance? And are there conditions to be imposed on, if you like, the cutting down of the wall to make sure that it is all in keeping?
Thank you, Chair. There's no archaeological constraints that come up on this site, so I don't think it'd be a requirement to have an archaeological condition on the wall. In terms of the new wall to be constructed, have a look at the list of conditions. There's a condition over the existing opening that the scheme needs to be submitted to us for blocking up the existing access. And there's a material condition which covers the facing materials for the walls and roof of the dwelling. But you may want to consider an additional condition about the demolition and rebuilding of the wall to ensure that is constructed in a sensitive stone and the bonding is acceptable.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. I've heard that there is a medieval plot and there's an old inn which is historic. Is there any other limitation that comes to the planning permission in terms of the medieval history of the site?
I'm not aware of the medieval history of the site, sorry, Chair, in relation to the inn.
Okay, thank you. A major concern that people mention is the flooding. How can we be sure that we've at least mitigated, or even ideally more than mitigated, for any flooding risk?
Thank you, Chair. So the application has been assessed by our flood drainage engineers, based on the technical information that's been submitted through the site-specific flood risk assessment, and they're experts in that field, so we can be confident that they've looked at the details and they consider that there can be a detailed surface water drainage arrangement that would keep the development safe for its lifetime and not make surface water flooding worse elsewhere. We can't insist on an improvement overall in the current situation. The development has to mitigate its impacts and be safe. But we can be confident that our technical officers have looked at that. And with the pre-commencement condition that requires full details of the actual drainage to be submitted for approval, we would again take that to the flood drainage engineers to ensure that our technical details are acceptable.
Okay, thank you for that. People have said that there are bats and bees and a myriad of insects. Has there been an ecological survey, or have there been measures proposed to mitigate insects and wildlife, bats in general?
Thank you, Chair. The application isn't called by mandatory biodiversity net gain, 10% net gain. So because it's submitted quite a while ago and held up by the mutual neutrality issue. But the officer set out in the report that it's still a consideration, and there is a condition on ecology to incorporate a bat and bird box into the development, and that's considered to be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor David Taylor, Chancellor Mary. You hit on important is actually the archaeology. Is there actually any study being done on the grounds of the house being built on? That's where I think we were aiming for, to actually see whether or not we've got any archaeological deposits there or possibilities, because it is 13th century Gamble, and I know that.
Thank you, Chair, but that isn't the condition that's proposed. It's not coming up as being in a potentially archaeologically sensitive location from the constraints mapping that we have that highlights those areas. And I think we don't have the information, the evidence that would make a full archaeological condition necessary to make the application acceptable.
And
it can be imposed when we do consider there is archaeological potential, but obviously to go through the method statement of trial repeats, you'd normally expect there to be some evidence of archaeological significance on the site to do that, and that's not showing up on our system in terms of the constraint mapping. Any site can obviously contain archaeology, so obviously, we could potentially take the cautious approach and attach it to any application, but obviously we have to be mindful that conditions have to be imposed to make the application acceptable. And I'm not sure that officers have the information to say that that's necessary.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, can I just bring up the map of Shenmore, please, regarding the application position and railway station, and of course the two castles. I'm sure all national know this area very well. Where are we going from there? That's the one. The north of Sherborne, which you're going to, which is the main road, the 30 coming across the top there, and the railway station, which is towards the bottom. You go triangling up, there's the Sherborne Old Castle and the Newcastle in zone on the top right hand corner. So there is archaeologically, I think, quite a significant possibility of something being around that area because the actual layout of the avenue and Newlands. So I would be kind of like really asking if there's a proper site trench dig so we know what we're dealing with there, because there's a lot in the ground, and I would, as a condition, I would like that to be put on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Jesperson.
This might be a bit nerdy, but I'll just throw it out there. Could we condition that the existing stone that is used from where they knock a hole is used to block up the over garage bit, so that matches beautifully, because there won't be enough existing stone to make the entrance all match. So if we could, it's just a suggestion, and then at least that bit of the wall would be uniform and lovely.
Okay, thank you. Is that possible, Hannah?
Thank you, Jeff. Yes, the condition that requires a scheme for closing up the access, we could include wording to say that any such scheme should involve the reuse of, we could add some text to say any scheme should include the reuse of stone from the new access.
Yeah,
reasonable. Absolutely.
That would help a bit, wouldn't it?
Any other comments? No. Okay, Councillor Rideout.
Yeah, Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. On balance, and I've heard everything and all the arguments, I think I would be happy to approve this application, given the conditions put forward.
And I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we want to put any amendments on the top of that?
2 hours for the archaeological and the stone from Councillor Jefferson, definitely.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Hold on a second.
Word it.
Basically,
if we're going to add conditions, Linda needs to.
Okay, so we'll get Hannah to.
Do you want to?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just catching up, I think it was Councillor Rideout that proposed accepting or granting planning permission if conditions are to be added to what's set out in the officer's report. The process would be for Councillor to Rideout to put those forward as part of her proposal, and then for Councillor Taylor as seconder to agree those before we go to the vote. And again, if conditions are being added, I'd ask Councillor Rideout to say whether she's happy for the precise wording to be delegated to officers, or whether you'd like to adjourn so we can work those up before you make a decision. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead. Councillor Rideout.
Councillor Jesperson put forward a condition for a use of the stone for the wall.
Yeah.
The blocking up the existing gap where the
That's really good.
and
That's happening in the
Archaeology.
trench would dig. Sorry, different words from council.
the possibility of a dig just to rule out any archaeological findings.
I'm going to support them.
I have also had a new planting condition.
Yeah.
New planting condition. A method statement for the new wall openings construction. Extra text in the condition for blocking up the access to ensure the reuse of the stone from the new access. And an archaeological condition which would ask for firstly a site appraisal of the site's archaeological potential, and then from the results of that, any further work that might be required. So it wouldn't go automatically to needing a dig, but they'd have to do an archaeological evaluation of the site and its significance. And then we take advice from our archaeologists in terms of what further works might need to be carried out.
Okay. Might it be possible to add one more, which is for ensuring that flood mitigation requirements are met? Would you be happy with that? Do you think they're already there?
I think that would be covered by a pre-commencement drainage condition they have to adhere to, so they have to submit the full details of the surface water drainage strategy, and then they'd have to get it approved, and then have to complete it prior to occupation zone, and then retain it thereafter. So I think that would be the way we ensure that the surface water isn't an issue.
Okay, thank you. So, are you in a position to be able to propose those conditions? Yeah. Okay, I think we're sorry.
No, I'm good.
Sorry, ignore me. Okay, I think we've have a proposal by Councillor Rideout and seconded by Councillor Taylor, which is to approve planning permission subject to these amendments that we've just been discussing, which are new planting condition, method statement for the new wall opening construction, condition for the blocking up of the existing access using stone from the new access, and archaeological condition for a site survey.
And greenery.
Sorry?
And greenery.
Yes. Okay. And greenery, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Chair, but it wouldn't be a survey, it's like the information submitted to understand the archaeological potential of the site, and then following that, any recommendations in terms of future trial digs. So it wouldn't just be surveying the site, it'd be looking at the archaeological potential, and then any follow-on measures that need to be required. Apologies.
Okay, thank you for that. So, everyone in favour?
Check. So just check with the person, the seconder, that they're happy to delegate the wording to officers. I might have missed it, but just for clarity.
Yeah, very happy. Thank you.
Yes, I believe that is clear. So, all of those in favour of the proposal, please vote with your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 in favour. Carried. Thank you very, very much, everyone. So therefore, this application number P/2022/2022/03334 93 Newland, Sherborne, Dorset, D29 3AG. The recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And thank you all for your time today, everybody. I'll close this meeting.
I think it's been the longest meeting we've ever.
No urgent items.
Yeah, maybe I had one that was as long, but no,
there was
not longer.
one.
Okay,
Yeah.
so therefore I close this meeting at 16:12.